This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sunset Safari. Of course, my radio is going to go off just at that time as we go live. We're sitting here fully immersed in the very, very hot sunshine and enjoying it as winter is coming. But of course, we're going to be coming to you live from many different locations all across South Africa, all looking for creatures great and small. So I'm very excited. I hope you are too. Get ready, everyone. It's time for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. You're sitting on the back of my vehicle right now here in Djuma Game Reserve. And I'm actually parked outside of the Hyena Den. It's not a random spot that we're sitting right now. No, we are outside the Hyena Den, but sadly, it's not active. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera, and I didn't think it was actually going to be active, to be honest, but I thought, it's worth a shot. Animals do enjoy the sun, not the sort of hot window between 11 and 3, if you like, but they do get their vitamin D, and they do enjoy warming up in the sunshine. So I thought the little cubs might be out, but no one is there. So we're going to continue bumbling today around water holes and hopefully get some elephants. And I'm going to make sure my antenna stays in place today. It didn't this morning. Anyway, this is live and interactive, so please do talk to us. You can talk to us in many different ways. You can use the hashtag Wild Earth on Twitter, at FC, which stands for Final Control, on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the Wild Earth website, live safari page, register, and then ask your question. Kids, anyone under 18, please do talk to us. We want to hear from you the most, and you can send in your questions via email. We will be alerted to them immediately, and the email address is kidssquestions@wildearth.tv. So send them in, make us think. I love a good question that makes me think. We don't know everything. We like to think we do, but we don't. So you're welcome to make them as challenging as possible. Oh my goodness. Davy, can you see? Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. That was a little Steenbok. We probably should have played the game. We sometimes have to play a little game with them where we pretend that we don't see them. Okay, I'm going to head on to my first water hole, see what we can find. But let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome on board my vehicle. And a happy April 1st. I forgot to say that this morning. And happy Easter to many of you out there in the world. My name is Steve, joined by Morgan on camera. And although it is very bright, I'm looking at you squarely. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. We have just crossed into Buffelshoek. We're going to go and have a look at the watering hole up here. Hello. How's that for timing? We didn't expect this at all. This was not planned at all. Let's get in front of them. This was not planned at all. There's a hindrance. We were driving to find a spot. Hopefully we were going to stop in a nice shady spot. And the elephants have gone and done that for us. Hello, elephants. What a blessing. And we're going to go over to Rubbing Post Dam, have a little look and scratch around there. While these elephants just take it real easy in the shade. I would love it if this lady here takes her family to Rubbing Post Dam, because that is pretty much where they'll be heading if they move. How exciting will that be? We were just talking yesterday about what animals come and drink at that watering hole, and I said, well, everybody has the potential to. And she's walking with some purpose. So they've been in the shade for some time. They've probably been napping, and now they're like, okay, we are thirsty. Time to go and have a drink. Small little breeding herd, I can only count 4. A little bit of eating first, followed by a drink shortly. So, depending on how quickly they move, they'll probably go pretty rapidly towards a watering hole. It might be Rubbing Post, it might be Tamboti Dam. They both are up. One is upstream from the other. But Rubbing Post is a magnificent one. Are you just going to sit there and feed? Okay, they're in no rush at the moment. No rush at the moment. They've been in the shade for some time, so they've probably managed to cool down their body somewhat. Oh, little baby. They're all over the place here. They're left of us, right of us. Elephants everywhere. This is great. Well, I couldn't have asked for a nicer way to start the afternoon. It would be nice, though, if they were a little bit lower down on the landscape so that we could also get some shade. Don't you agree, Morgan? Well, I've done very well in parking the way I have, because you are now my umbrella. It's great. Okay, well, and Beyond Phinda is out and about, and Ross would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to And Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. This afternoon, we have stumbled across this beautiful little pan and a very, very special bird that has recently made its way down to And Beyond Phinda and giving us amazing viewing. This is a lesser moorhen, a bird that we very seldom get to see on And Beyond Phinda. And it's just dancing across these water lilies, foraging as the sun starts to get low in the sky. My name's Ross, and as I said before, we are coming to you live from And Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. With me today on the camera is Odie, and we're very excited about what we've just found. We both really enjoy birds, and especially birds that you don't often get to see, like this one. And it's so fantastic just to see it giving us really, really, really good view, showing off a little bit. So this bird is a bird that in some parts of South Africa you do see quite a lot, where there's lots of water, and especially water with these water lilies on them, water lilies on the water, because they feed on a little vegetation, aquatic vegetation, water lilies, little tadpoles, and this is the habitat that they like most. But on Phinda we've had a drought for about 6 or 7 years, so there hasn't been a lot of this correct habitat for them. It's just gone behind the reeds for now. I think it might pop out because it's moving around quite fast. But it migrates down from northern Africa in the summertime, and this year, because we've had so much water, some of these birds have migrated all the way down to Zululand and Phinda. I've actually never seen this bird on Phinda before in my 2.5 years of working here. We're just waiting for it to pop out. But have a look at these water lilies as well. There are hundreds of them. Yeah, Penelope, this is very, very pretty. I completely agree with you. It reminds me a little bit of those paintings by that French painter Monet, with water and water lilies, and it's just a very tranquil scene. And the lesser moorhen isn't the only species that has been enjoying this water. There's many different species of frogs that we can't hear at the moment, but maybe later we'll start to vocalize because they've been breeding in this water. There's also other species of birds that use this habitat a lot. There's a species of goose called an African pygmy goose that only eats water lilies like these. So we're hoping to find some of those making their way to Phinda soon. That would be, that would make my whole year. But for now, even just watching and spending time by this little pan is a relaxing way to spend the afternoon. So our plan today is to just bumble around and see what we can find. We're going to make our way to a big open floodplain with lots of lush grass after the rain that's come up. And there's been lots of animals spending time there. But for now, we are going to send you across to Lauren with some elephants in a waterhole.
We've just been having the most magical moment with the mother and calf. Sadly, it's over, I think. They've just been having the sweetest little drink at Treehouse Dam. And Treehouse Dam is a very good dam for elephants to drink. The water is very clean here, and elephants just seem to love it. But sadly, they've stopped drinking. We do have someone else at Treehouse Dam, though. Not one, but two of the big five. And I use that term very loosely, of course. It was once thought to be quite negative because of the connotations. However, it's very much used in conservation now. You also get the big five of the ocean, depending on where you go. You get the little five, you get the little five of the ocean. So it's actually quite a cool term now, very much part of ecotourism. And here we have a buffalo. I think it's a Dagaboy. I don't quite know what he's up to, though. I'm going to get my binoculars out. I don't think he's up to very much. He is just chilling, clearly been wallowing, or swimming, or paddling maybe. But this is very common of Dagaboys, of course. But the elephant's getting a little bit closer. I wonder if there'll be a reaction. I mean, they're both herbivores, but still, elephants don't really like any other animal around them other than elephants. And of course, she's got a youngster, and it appears to just be the two of them. I'm not sure if they've separated from the herd, or why it's only mother and youngster here. She's walking directly to the buffalo. Oh my goodness, they're going to get very close. I really don't think the buffalo was too fussed there. The youngster wasn't sure. The calf was a bit curious as to what this animal is. They've kicked the buffalo out of the shade. Well, they are large enough to do so, I guess. Isn't this lovely? Two species. This is an interaction, a very mild one. Kiana?
Sienna.
Sienna. Sienna, you are 10 years old and you are asking, how long can a buffalo and an elephant go without eating? Oh, that's a tricky question, Sienna. They most likely eat every single day. They're completely different species, but they are both herbivores. And elephants and buffalo are very water dependent. So they can't survive without water. They really need to drink lots and lots every single day, which is probably why we found them a treehouse dam. But for eating, they both have slightly different digestive systems. Elephants' digestive systems are really not that great, to be honest, which is why they drink a lot of water. And that's why their dung is very fibrous, because they haven't digested it very well. So it's all about quantity rather than quality. For the elephants, they'll just eat all day. And of course, they're huge. So they need to eat a lot more than you or I. And I will finish your question shortly, Sienna. Okay, I will wrap up for you, Sienna. But the buffaloes, they also need to eat. They graze the grass. They're actually nature's best lawnmowers out here. You'll find that when they come through, they'll sort of graze all the grass and chop down all the grass. It makes it a lot easier for us to see. So they also need to eat a lot of food, but their digestive system is more like that of a cow. So you'll find them chewing and chewing and chewing, and we call this chewing the cud. So they're also not great digesters, but they have a very specialized system for that. So that's a nice little comparison between elephant and buffalo for you. What a wonderful interaction. I think if I just move forward a little bit, Dovey, you might get a better view of the elephants. Okay, we're going to sit here at Treehouse Dam just a little bit longer with two of our big five.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Well, it's all fun in the sun, isn't it? It's a day out at the lake. Fun times all round, as I heard just leaving. Hi everyone, I'm Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Johan. You're joining us at Eco Training Pridelands. And as I said, it's a nice hot day, and so why else would you want anything more than being in this water right now? It's not just the elephants, there's also a hippo in the dam, enjoying itself. This hippo has been here for about a week now, probably not too happy with all these elephants creating a fuss in its normal fortress of solitude. But look at that, the elephants rolling in the mud, dust bathing. They're actually damaging the wall of the dam over there. We're actually a bit nervous that they're eventually going to erode the whole thing so that it falls out. Let me move out of the way. I'm sitting in the most comfortable spot, but unfortunately it's also probably the best spot for filming the elephants. But there you can just see the dust starting to rise up now as those elephants have a good dust wallowing or dust bathing session after a wonderful swim. They've been in the dam for about 10 minutes now. And that's the herd over there with lots of youngsters. I'm not sure which herd it is, but there are 2 or 3 that move around Pridelands at the moment. Oh, making a huge racket. I think that's all happy elephant noises, to be honest. I think that's what it is. Jacqueline, the purpose of dust bathing is, well, for a number of reasons. Oh, that one's actually using its tusks right now to dig into the dirt on that wall. I think it's right behind a tree, but it's using its tusks to dig into the dam wall, which is what's damaging it. But it's trying to loosen some more sand and dirt in order to get mud. So it just crumbled a whole bunch of the dam wall into the water. Now it's kicking with its feet to try and churn up the mud. Jacqueline, what they normally do with the dust is they throw it on their wet bodies. That helps to create a bit of a layer on their skin, which is often what protects them from biting insects. But it can also be used as an exfoliator. They can also use it by then rubbing against a tree, and that will take off any ectoparasites and dead skin. So it's a really useful and important thing that they do. It's also maybe if they've got lots of excess oil on their skin, it can help to get rid of all that oil. Now just listen. There's one elephant there which has got a very funny trumpet. No, it seems that it's not going to do it now, but it sounds like it's got a blocked nose. It sounds like maybe it's got a cold. There's the change of seasons now. We're just starting to move into winter. Most of the evenings are very cold, the mornings especially. So I think elephants will probably be quite susceptible to getting a little bit of the sniffles. Imagine an elephant with a runny nose. That must be a disaster. See, there's still a few elephants left. This is probably some of the bachelors, the young bulls, maybe not so young, that are no longer part of the herds. They just travel on their own. One of them is busy doing a porpoise. Wonderful. There's more elephants arriving at the dam. Just see a nice, fairly big elephant bull that's just come over the dam wall. Oh, look at the dam wall crumbling there as well. As it comes down, using gravity to full effect. Also showing off slightly, if you know what I mean. Oh, look at that. Splashing in the water, going to join. So elephants can communicate over huge distances. I'm sure when this elephant bull heard all this ruckus at the dam, it must have been very excited. I'm sure it came racing down here to join the fun. Well, while we see how this develops, if these bulls are going to stick around or if anything else will arrive, we'll send you over to a giraffe, which is also at a waterhole.
Well, welcome back everyone. We found ourselves a bigger body of water here at Ambion Phinda, and one of the inhabitants was making himself visible to us. Just his eyes, nose, and bits of his back is a massive crocodile, just slowly cruising around this waterhole. We've watched him for about 10 minutes now, and he hasn't moved more than 20 minutes, but he's been slowly cruising. And what he's doing is just keeping an eye on probably the sides of the waterhole, to see if anything comes down to drink. And he's able to keep most of his body submerged while he does that and breathe at the same time, because his nostrils and his eyes are located on the top of his head. So if anything does come to drink, it's a very small chance that they'll actually spot him. And this is how crocodiles do most of their hunting. Ambush from the water. Actually, crocodiles, they eat quite a lot of fish, barbel and bream if they can catch it. That forms the majority of their diet. And they do, less often than not, take prey from the side. But because they can survive for so long between meals, they don't actually have to eat very often at all. They can have a big meal and sometimes stash that carcass of whatever they've caught at the bottom, sometimes at the bottom of the waterhole, and feed off it for a few days. And they don't have to feed for a long time after that. Very slow metabolism, cold-blooded. And so he's just an opportunist. Look at the scales on the back of his neck. Very knobbly ridges. And those are very, very tough. It's like armor, almost. Crocodiles do sometimes fight. And they have this armor that protects them from encounters like that. It's a very big crocodile. I'd estimate this to be probably about 3 meters, maybe 3.5. So Sammy, you're asking what is the biggest crocodile I've ever seen? Sure, that's a good question. I've seen some big crocodiles, but this is probably close to one of the bigger ones that I've seen. But the biggest one I've seen is probably on the Zambezi River, close to a place called Kanyemba in Zimbabwe, and it was probably about 4 meters long. We were actually in a boat at the time, and the crocodile was swimming right next to us, and it was so big, it wasn't even scared of the boat. It was just cruising right past us. And yeah, it was a very, very nerve-wracking thing to be so close to such a big crocodile. It almost looked like a dinosaur. Oh, I don't know if you saw those two birds that just flew past the crocodile in the foreframe. Two malachite kingfishers. A very, very beautiful bird. Just zooting from one side of the bank to the other side. Very beautiful seeing that sunlight reflecting on the water in the background. A very still afternoon. Normally the wind will pick up a little bit later. Excuse me. Normally the wind does pick up a little bit later in the afternoon. And it seems to be doing the same thing today. After a hot day, and then just after sunset, it becomes still again. So that wind in the late afternoon also served to cool the animals down and maybe entice them out to move around, feed a little bit in the dying light, because it's been a very hot day here at Ambionpinde, and I think most of them would have been spending most of the day in the shade. And they might be very thankful for some breezes blowing through the bush here. Pam, you're right, the crocodile is one of the most magnificent beasts, and I think what's the most magnificent thing or most fascinating thing for me about crocodiles is that they've been around for so long. They haven't changed in thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. In the days when the dinosaurs used to walk around our planet, these crocodiles were unchanged. They were exactly the same as they are now, and they're just so good at surviving and such amazing predators, so beautifully adapted for what they do, that they haven't needed to change or adapt in all that time. It was quite phenomenal. He's actually stopped there in the middle of the waterhole now, and I think he's just keeping an eye on us. Just having a bit of a stare off with him. There's a beautiful pied kingfisher that's just landed behind him on that dead twig, or dead tree rather. I don't know if you can see that well. Just on the top corner, there you go, the top corner of the middle branch. There he is. Also showing off for us. See how he's looking down at the bottom, or down towards the water? Probably using that place as a vantage point with which to spot fish. Maybe catch some fish as he spends the rest of the afternoon here. But for now, we are going to... Oh, look, he's caught a fish. No ways. He's caught one right now. Look what he's doing. He's killing it on that. That's amazing. See how he's knocking it against the wood to kill it before he swallows it. Is it a fish? Yes, it looks like a small fish. Oh, it's a frog. Looks like a frog. He's got a frog. And he spotted that from very, very far away. Must have been about 20 meters. And he was like lightning. He went there, hovered for a few seconds, down he went, and got it. Amazing. And he's still struggling to kill it. He's just dashing it against the branch, because he doesn't want it to sort of struggle as he tries to swallow it and move around in his gullet as it goes down. He wants to kill it first. He might actually also be trying to knock a few legs off. Oh, there, he swallowed it. Done. Wow. Amazing. How lucky is that to see? That was so cool. Oh, and is he trying to catch another one already? He's just caught another fish. A tiny one. He's already swallowed it, but he's just caught another one. We've just seen 2 kills in about 2 minutes. I can't believe it. I don't know if you can see as well, there's a hippo just behind you. You can see... Oh, he's just caught another one. Or he's tried. Let's see if he's successful. No, he hasn't caught one. He's going to try again. Look how he hovers. Look how still his head stays. When he hovers, his head stays incredibly motionless. Yo, Odie's doing an amazing job keeping up with him. Oh. No, didn't get any that time. Now he's cleaning his bill. Wow, he's a very, very busy little kingfisher this afternoon. You think he'd be full with that frog, because it was almost... Sure, looked like it would have barely fit in his belly. But he smashed his fish straight afterwards. And he still tried to catch a few more. Wow, look at that beautiful crest on him as well. On the back of his head. Wow, that was seriously exciting and very, very lucky. I'm so glad that we stuck with him because we were going to go and show you that hippo next, and then all that action happened. Sometimes it just pays to have a bit of luck and to be in the right place at the right time, and you can see some of the most amazing things out in the bush where you don't even expect them. And he's still looking down, gazing into that water. Wonder if he's going to attempt to hunt some more. There might be, I think there's quite a lot of small fish in this dam because all the fish would have been breeding in this new waterhole because it's a fairly new waterhole. It was actually empty about 4 or 5 months ago. There he goes. Nothing this time. And a lot of the fish might have bred quickly, given the opportunity, and there's some small fish around at the moment, perfect for him to catch. But after that action, I think we're going to send you off to another location to see what they have found for you there. We are going to carry on and see if we can make our way to that floodplain to see what's there.
So a warm welcome to all our viewers. We're here at Ambion Ngala and going from a pied kingfisher from Phinda all the way here to Ngala, where we're looking at 2 saddle-billed storks. I'm Nikki. I'm going to be your ranger this afternoon on drive, and with me on camera we have Mpho. So as we were driving down this riverbed, we actually spotted a giraffe as well as these saddle-billed storks. But what I want to do is just head back to these saddle-billed storks and have a look at what they are doing at the moment. And you'll see both of them, especially the one on the left, is moving its head in the water and occasionally bringing up the bill, and there'll be like a tiny insect or maybe even a fish in its mouth, and then it will swallow it. So it looks like it might be both a male and a female that we have together here. Now, notice the one that we're looking at, the color of the eyes. You'll see under the chin, or under the bill, see that black and red, and where it all joins up to like just the throat area. You can't see any wattle, so that's the female. And just right of it is the male, but we'll have a look at him soon. Let's just see what this one is up to. Look at how it's staring at the water, maybe looking out for any movement. You can see also the movements are really slow. It's actually lifted that back leg. Maybe whatever's there is just moved off. Now it's interesting that with the saddle-billed storks that we have right here, it looks like there might be an old giraffe that's actually moving here. So I want to just go from where they are, because it doesn't look like they're going to be heading anywhere soon, but this giraffe is actually staring at them. Or it might even be at the baboons in the riverbed. As I was looking at this giraffe, I saw the baboons. But just to go back, often, especially with the giraffes, you'll notice that if there's anything that moves and they're not too sure what it is, they tend to stare at it for a long while. And many a times, I remember when I guided at Phinda, we would often find cheetah in the tall grass where we couldn't normally spot them, just because of the way that the giraffe was staring at a particular section of grass. But just heading back here, there's a palm tree in front of us, and just above this palm tree, you'll see that the giraffe's head is sticking out in the back. Look at how those ears are pointing forward, as well as like the eyes, very focused on the area in front of him. And in that reeds, it's hard to see. We might just move a bit closer to see if we can get another glimpse. But there's quite a few baboons amongst the reeds. And they could have come down to drink water and now caught the attention of this giraffe. So you know what we do? Because we are quite a bit of a distance from the giraffe, let's try and move forward. We are in the riverbed. It might be quite a nice drive just to explore. And what we're going to do from here, we're actually heading down to a waterhole to see if there's any signs of elephants or maybe even buffalo going down to drink. And of course, there could be other like antelope, including waterbuck, maybe some wildebeest. But for now, while we're trying to see if we can get another glimpse of the giraffe, let's head to Steve, who's already at a waterhole.
Yes, indeed, Nikki. We are not just at a watering hole, we've also found some elephants. And here they are. This big fellow is about to come in, and he's very interested in the ladies. I'm just going to allow you to just listen to the sounds of them drinking. Yes, Chris, some lovely tusks indeed. Now, this big bull on the right actually came in on his own, had a dabble at the water, fed a little bit, and then walked off. And then on the emergence of the breeding herd, he decided, he's going to come back. He obviously didn't want to drink on his own. See the size difference. Another one arriving on the other side there. A young bull will have to give some deference to the bigger bull. Just say, hello, big sir, I just want to go and have a drink. Is that okay? Do you mind? See the behavior now. They might reach trunks towards each other. If the one on the right, the big one, moves any further, the young bull who just arrived will turn his shoulder, turn his back to him as a form of submission. Now they're talking right now. There's definitely conversation happening. Tails are relaxed. Neither bulls are in must. The big bull on the right is not in must, but he's still bigger. Ooh. The younger one just shook his head at some birds. He's been tolerated. He can come and drink. See, he's a youngster who's emerging in there. Ooh, he's also interested in the ladies. He's a youngster, but yet he probably knows them actually. See how that young one stuck his trunk in his mouth? He said, hello, smell this. Look where I've been. He's only 18 to 20, and look at the size of him. He towers over that female that has just moved off. Mia, I'm not 100% certain, but I suppose miscarriages are probably possible in all animals. Complications with birth. But I'm not certain. It's not something I know too much about. But maybe someone out there knows more about that than myself and can help answer that question. My age 12. And I think miscarriages are definitely possible in most mammals. So maybe if anyone out there is aware if elephants can have miscarriages, let us know. Send through your answer. Let us know, yes or no. Definitely are lots of plants that are edible out here, medicinal plants that are used to prevent miscarriages. So there's lots of plants that people can actually, and have been used by traditional people for a long time for either aborting or for prevention, for female fertility. There's an enormous number of female fertility plants out here, and elephants feed on them a lot, especially the silver cluster leaf, which in the summer months, when many of the females are actually in breeding readiness, many of them are pregnant, ready to drop, many of them about to come into estrus. It is a plant that the elephants seem to absolutely destroy. So there might be cues in nature, there might be things that they know not to take. And of course there are certain poisonous plants out there that would no doubt cause miscarriages. So they learn not to do so. So while we wait to find out if indeed they do or do not, sounds like Mike is also enjoying himself an elephant afternoon.
So that is a good question, and I'm sure that they are able to have miscarriages depending on stressful situations or physical issues, but none of these elephants are females as far as I can tell. All these are males, so none of these have to worry about that. And we've got two young males that are slowly making their way towards us in the water. We might have to actually reposition shortly because we're right at the water's edge, as you can see. We're low down on the water's edge amongst a fallen knobthorn. So if these elephants keep coming this way, we might just have to make a move. They haven't seen us yet. I mean, with their trunks in the water and splashing about, they won't be able to smell much at all, and they certainly won't be able to hear anything. Oh, this one just looks like he wants to have a good old bum scratch on that leadwood tree there. Spectacular. And yeah, I see they're not really paying much attention to anything around them when they're fighting like this. I mean, it's not a real fight. It's playful more than anything else. I mean, we were just saying earlier, it must be such a pleasure for these elephants that weigh, a couple of tons, to finally be able to go into the water and have their weight supported and weigh almost nothing. No wonder they go a bit crazy. Look at those two over there. I don't know if you're able to... No, they're moving out the water now. It's fine. There was a huge splashing kerfuffle. There's a whole bunch of terrapins just in front there. I don't know if you can see those ones there, Johan. All sitting on each other's backs. They're out at the edge of the water, probably taking shelter from all these ripples and waves and splashes, trying to avoid getting squashed by any elephants. Oh, look, that elephant now is using the leadwood as a defensive structure. They often do this when they want a bit of a rest from fighting. They'll go and hide behind a tree in the hopes that the other elephant will leave them alone. Elephants can be such bullies sometimes. They really can. Big splashes, big... Oh, it's acting very much like a whale. Elephants in water are like nothing I've ever seen before. And look how clean those tusks look. Uh-oh. Okay. We're going to have to do a bit of repositioning now, just before it gets a little bit too hairy for us. It's going to be a bit tricky, everyone. Sorry, we are behind a bit of a tree here. But we just want to make sure that we are as safe as possible. All right, everyone. We're going to make ourselves safe. And we'll send you off somewhere else in the meantime.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa Chitwa. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Chitwa's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we.
We managed to get to that waterhole where we said we're going to go after the giraffe and the baboons and the saddlebolt storks. And as we arrived, we can just see 2 hippos in the water, but they're not doing too much. You can imagine when hippos in the evening later on, as soon as the sun's about to go down, these 2 hippos might start heading out. And for them, their main diet is grass. Then they'll start feeding off the grass, and eventually early part of the morning, they'll head back into the water and they'll rest like they're doing right now. Sometimes, see the one off to the right, how its head is near the other one's back. So they'll rest with their heads on top of each other's backs. I don't know if the one in the front has a lot of support. I'm sure the water there is not too deep where they are. But there's also a lot of bird life around. No other animals coming down to drink, but a lot of bird life. So from the hippos, I'm going to ask them, Paul, just so that we can go off to the banks and we'll start birding all along this water hole. Hopefully as far as we can go, or as far as the light allows us to go. But if you look left of them, near the edge of the water, we're just going to go to the edge here on the left. There's 2 birds moving near, right there if we can head closer. You might also hear quite a lot of birds in the background, and that's all European bee-eaters. So as you move in, you'll see there's a bird right here in the middle of the screen with a lot of black and white. It's near elephant dung. And those ones, or that particular one, is known as the blacksmith lapwing. Now the noise it makes sounds like a blacksmith hitting a piece of metal with a hammer. It's like a tink, tink, tink. And just slightly right of that, just want to see if I can still see with binoculars. In the tall grass, you'll notice there's a blackish bird with a long tail, just more to the top right of the screen. It's a Burchell starling. And then further on in the back, we have some black storks, but it's hard to see because with the light, it's almost like looking into the light. So we'll just give it a bit of time, and hopefully we'll see some other animals coming down to the water to drink. But let's just try to see if we can find these hippos again. Notice how they've just gone under the water. It's amazing with hippos sometimes when they do move under the water, as they can stay under the water for quite some time. Even up to 6 minutes before they have to eventually come up like this one to breathe again. So I didn't hear exactly which ranger we're going to be heading off to now, but apparently at a waterhole, so let's go and have a look.
And good afternoon, and welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. Believe you've already seen 1 or 2 watering holes this afternoon. We're happy to share one of ours in the far east of the reserve with you. We have a lovely giraffe having a look around before going for what we will hopefully see is her drinking. But she seems to be a little camera shy. Obviously, generally your prey species are a little bit nervous around water because it's a good chance that there might be predators in the region. But she seems to be all right. Good afternoon again. My name's Josh, and behind the camera is BK, and we'll be sharing the beauty of the green Kalahari with you this afternoon. And there you see it. It looks like an incredibly awkward pose. Giraffe drinking. As you can imagine, it's a point where they're incredibly vulnerable. Don't have a lot of balance, and that head is nice and low. And, oh, it looks like we have company joining us as well. 1 or 2 more giraffes coming to drink here at the waterhole. Will hopefully be joining this young lady soon. It's a very, very warm afternoon here at Tswalu at the moment. So I think a drink at the pond is a good idea. So we've had a very interesting question from Lily Pan, and it is, do they ever fall while drinking? Lily Pan, I've never seen that, but I have seen a crocodile try and grab a giraffe while it is drinking. Obviously, as you can see her coming up there, it's a point where they have very little balance, but with that head so low, she's going to struggle against the predator to get it upright. So although I haven't seen it, I wouldn't say it is impossible, but it would be very entertaining. I would feel bad for the giraffe, but I must admit I would probably have a good chuckle. You'll notice she doesn't keep her head down too low for too long. Obviously, giraffes have the largest hearts of any of our land mammals here, and it exerts a massive amount of pressure to get blood through that very long neck to the brain. So you can imagine if it's down for too long and there isn't that normal resistance, it would cause a problem. But they thankfully have 1 or 2 small adaptations for dealing with this. So an incredible species. And she's looking at us going, yes, what's going on? So it looks like it's an afternoon with everybody camping out the various waterholes and seeing who's coming down to drink. We're going to see what these giraffe get up to and who else comes down. We're going to be sending you across to Ross. Enjoy.
Well, welcome to this beautiful view at and beyond Phinda. We've come to one of the most spectacular lookout points on the reserve that overlooks this incredible floodplain and river that runs through the center of Phinda. Look at this. It's unbelievable. so lush and green at the moment after the rain. Look how much water is in the river. And we're just sitting here trying to spot what animals we can see down on the bottom, on the floodplain. And this grassland is teeming with life. So in the water you can see there that Odie is just framed up on a hippo, which is a recent arrival to this waterhole because the water is only a couple of weeks, maybe a month old. That used to be completely dry until the rains came and completely filled it. So this hippo's moved in. It's probably come from one of the other permanent waterholes that would have been full during the winter and has now made this its home. And it must be very content with all the grass around. As we pan right, see if you can spot some zebra. There's some zebra grazing just there on the corner. And look at those white birds flying around the zebra as well. Those are western cattle egrets, trying to catch anything that the zebras flush up as they walk through the grass. Maybe some crickets or locusts, grasshoppers, other insects that fly away from the zebra's hooves as they walk. Those western cattle egrets will try and catch them, and so they're using these zebras to feed. There'll even be frogs in this grassland because I think it was completely waterlogged for weeks. I think it still is. None of us have been down there to see because we're too scared to get our vehicles stuck. So we've just been enjoying it from up here, but I think there's frogs and snakes and insects galore. That's attracting these cattle egrets. And this is a spot you can just sit for hours and hours and hours. Alison, you've asked a good question. Since it's such an open area, are the animals at risk from predators? And yes and no, because it's easy for the predators to spot them, yes, for sure. But it's also easy for the animals to spot any predators coming. And most of the animals that would be out in this open area, like zebra, wildebeest, are grazing species, and they have very, very good eyesight. So they are adapted to live out in the open areas like this, and they rely on their eyesight to keep them safe. In fact, they actually prefer to be out in the open because they can spot predators coming from a long way away, and they can put a lot of distance between them and the predators before the predators can actually get close to them. So in reality, they're actually better off staying out in the open than in thickets of trees and bushes. But there are some animals that are better suited for thickets of trees and bushes that would be a bit more unsafe out in the open, like, for example, nyala. If a nyala was to be out in the open like this, they're not as fast as a zebra and wildebeest. They also rely much more on their hearing, so they would be at risk to predators. But because this floodplain is still waterlogged and so muddy, I think the predators have been staying away. There haven't been lions seen in this area for a long time, nor cheetah. So I think the animals have been enjoying an absence of predators here, and that's why we're seeing so many of them, on top of the fact that there's just so much food. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend quite a bit of time here and see what animals wander down onto the grassland, maybe in the afternoon to graze, hopefully spot some rhino, There's possibility of seeing both black and white rhino here. Maybe an elephant, who knows. But for now, we're going to send you across to Tswalu.
So folks, we moved all of 30 meters and discovered but a plethora of other species. So we found some zebra hiding in the shade here. There's a gemsbok hiding at the back. And there's also some ostriches in the area. So we definitely seem to have found quite a few different species hiding around this waterhole and in the shade. Like I said earlier, it is a very warm afternoon here in the Kalahari. So sticking close to a waterhole is not a bad idea, I think. But obviously comes with the risk of there being predators in the area. And these lovely zebra donkeys of ours have decided that they've had enough and they're on the move. So one of the two species we get here on Tswalu, this is our plain zebra. We also get the Hartmann's mountain zebra as well. But they've decided they've had enough of us and the bugs, and they're going to head off. So we're going to move a little bit forward, see if we can't get a look at those ostriches again, or maybe that gemsbok. Full stress. Oh, no, the gemsbok doesn't want to pose for the camera either. So we've just been asked by Pan, are ostriches always found in pairs or groups? Now I'm just trying to find these individuals from earlier quickly. But to answer your question, Pan, no. I have seen single females, I have seen single males before, and whether or not this is because they've just split off from the group or if they are genuinely on their own, I obviously can't say. But I have seen lone individuals before. And I think these ostriches have given us a slip. No, BK has seen the ostriches. There they are. Ah, and some more zebras. Very cool. Forward. So here we have 3, Pan. So definitely not a lone individual, but quite a nice herd of zebra hiding. There we go. So there's 3 female ostriches by the looks of it. Much more dull, almost drab grey color in comparison to the males, very dark black. You just see their little necks and heads behind our zebra herd there. And there they come out into the open for a little bit. Oh, something gave him a bit of a fright there. Actually got quite a cute zebra foal here, which I've just noticed. But our ostriches are leaving us. It's over there, BK. In this gap there, I don't know if you can see the little guy. And the grass here is so long that we almost can't see the zebra foal. We never complain about rain in the Kalahari, but it has made finding game quite entertaining, I must admit. So the sour grass is almost as tall as this little fella. Very cute. Always nice to be able to spend time with some zebbies. So this little guy's legs are almost as long as his mom's, and it helps him blend in
with the harem. Some very unique patterns. A very clean zebra at the moment, actually. Normally quite dusty animals. These patterns are very nice. So we're going to see who else comes down to the waterhole or into the area. We're going to be sending you across to Ngala, where something is feeding. Enjoy.
After the waterhole, we made our way down towards this beautiful river system. And on the side here, we found a herd of elephants. Now, it's hard to see this elephant properly because of how dense the vegetation is, but you can see the ears and you can see the back of the spine. And all I'm hoping for is we can get another glimpse and that they don't all walk down into a really dense area. What I can do, though, is there might be a chance of one of the elephants coming through on this gap behind us. So we just want to try and see if we can find... Oh, there's a little one coming through. You can see today is quite a warm day. Often if it's really hot, the elephants tend to flap their ears quite a bit in order to cool themselves down. Not flap, but fan their ears in order to cool themselves down. Just trying to see if there's going to be another glimpse of them. Might also just be another one that's going to cross soon. In the back, there we go. Now, as we mentioned, it is nice and dense in this area, and I actually have an idea. You know what, if you bear with me for a few seconds, I'm just going to reverse the vehicle. There's a spot in the back where, oh, you know what, actually in front, I can see an elephant that's flicking dust into itself. So maybe there's an option to see this one, or an opportunity. Just want to move forward a bit. I can see all the others are moving into a really dense area where we're not necessarily going to get another view. But there's one right over here. Still want to keep our distance with these elephants, of course, and not end up between this individual and the rest of the herd. So this one's moving behind us now. Let's see, hopefully there could be some more. Where this one is going, also not a great opportunity to view them anymore because they are moving into a dense area. There might be a chance that we can find some more on this side. Initially when we found them, we could hear them quite far off, so it's a clear indication it's a nice, decent-sized herd. Also just want to make sure that I don't bump into one because I'm looking back. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like those elephants might have moved off. So our plan from here going forward, but just to wrap up with these elephants, so a whole herd like this, they've just been to the water, most likely the waterhole is down in this direction, and now they're moving away, and they're probably going to feed quite late into the evening in this area. And as we were watching them, they were moving and constantly feeding, and a big elephant needs a lot of food. I mean, a big female like the one we saw a bit earlier on will probably need to eat well over 100 kilograms of food. So that's over 200 pounds of food a day in order to sustain itself. So for now, we're going to be heading down to another part of the river, and this morning they actually found the lions there. So part of the Birmingham Pride that we've been seeing over the last little while. And we don't know. Let's go see what we can find.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Look at this absolute mayhem. We've managed to find another flock. It might even be the same flock as yesterday evening of barn swallows. And they literally just flew up. We were just saying now, we had 60 seconds to go before you would all be with us. And we said they'll definitely fly off in about 45 seconds. And they did. And we were laughing to ourselves that we had no birds in the tree. But now they've all just arrived back now. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of them. And if we look up into the sky, we don't want to move the camera too much because we seem to lose signal if we move too much. But there are hundreds of them flying up in the sky and more and more of landing down in this tree. Slowly but surely, this tree is just becoming laden with these barn swallows as they are preparing for their migration north. They're starting to gather in these huge flocks, usually near waterholes where there's often abundant insect life, so that they can stock up on fuel before they head up to... Oh, there's a giraffe coming. It's just frightened all of the swallows off there. Oh, that's TDH. That's our tall, dark and handsome boy. I haven't seen him for a while. Glad to see he's still kicking about. I was a bit nervous that maybe he's gone missing. There's been some lion activity in the area, although he's a very big, strong giraffe. So I suspect he's probably able to fend off most challenges. Yes, we are talking about you. So the swallows, they're just, as he moved through the veld, the swallows just got frightened because he kicked a stick or a log, made a big noise. Amazing, they all seem to take off together, the swallows, and that's a very, very important strategy that they have in order to try and confuse any predators. Now, they have many predators. I mean, at night, things like snakes and owls might try and catch them as they roost. And during the day, a whole host of goshawks and falcons will be catching these birds, often on the wing, sometimes smacking them right off their perches as they sit. Now, these birds are migrants, but they don't breed here in southern Africa. They breed in Europe. They just come down here for the abundant food. FINAC, we've got lots and lots of migratory bird species. We have, of course, these barn swallows are here. The lesser striped swallows come down as well. We've got Wahlbergs, eagles, a number of crakes, just an absolute abundance. The redback shrikes, European rollers, the Eurasian and African orioles, golden orioles. They are a huge variety of birds that come here for our southern African summer. In fact, we could probably say, in general, in the summertime here on Pride Lands, we could easily find 100 birds, 100 different bird species in a day. If we were going to have a whole long weekend, like it is right now, we could probably get almost 200 to 300 different species occurring here. But in the winter, that will drop down. It'll be very difficult to get more than 100 over a weekend in winter. Birds just become so much less active, and a lot of our migratory birds are the ones that we're seeing right now as they gather in flocks just like these. Right, so these, well, I think these swallows are super cute, but apparently Nikki's got something even cuter.
So we're just trying to get another glimpse of what we just had, and there's one right in front of the vehicle. He might move off, but it's a little dwarf mongoose. So I'm just trying to see if we can try. Oh, there he goes. He's just moved to the back there, and there's a few of them around. Now they're the smallest carnivore that we get in southern Africa, and what they might be looking out for is possibly any insects. Maybe earlier on they were climbing up one of these dead stumps looking for maybe even a scorpion. They are very adorable to watch, and also very quick. Mpo did very well to try and follow them there. So if we move forward, we might get a glimpse. There's a few of them that's right in front of us. So I'm just going to move. Just want to see, do we have a glimpse? Oh, we actually have another glimpse of them. And they don't stay in one place for too long, and then all of a sudden they start moving very, very quickly. And often you'll find a lot of birds around them, because as they move and they flush out some of the insects, the birds will go and actually catch them. See the one just in the back there, moving closer. And what I want to do is let me just move off to the side here. Might spook one or two, but see if we can get maybe another glimpse of them. I'm just going to try and position the vehicle like this. Hold on. There we go. We might get a glimpse because there's a few of them right in front of us now. See how those two are having a play fight. Linda, they are definitely little mischief makers, but I don't know if anyone heard that, but there was a very loud shriek, and all of a sudden they disappeared off that, like the open area there. I don't know if it's maybe a bird of prey that flew over and one of them alarm called, but straight after the alarm call, they all disappeared, except the one that's now on the side of the grass there. So it might be that this one's just trying to figure out exactly why the other one alarm called and then would head back into the grass. Maybe if you give it some time, the others will also start coming out. There's one that came out now. See it moving slightly closer. Now, if you look at where that one is moving, look at the grass that's lying down on the road. See, now, I've never seen one playing dead in front of hornbills. I have seen a video about it, though, which I think is pretty epic. But with these ones, I haven't. Most of the time when I have seen them on their backs is when they play with one another. And they've moved so close. Now you can see there's some youngsters in the background. Oh, they just ran right over that one. They're right in front of us in the sun. So the vehicle might be in the way just in order to watch these ones. But what I am going to try and do is I'm going to just try and move slightly back. It's not really going to work. The one has just moved off slightly to the right. Because all of them right in front of us. And if we give it some time, it's not going to be too long, and then all of the others will come and join up again. But notice the grass there. See how the grass is dead and lying on that part of the road. It might be that there could be some insects underneath that, or maybe even scorpions, or if there's any frog, or basically anything smaller than them. And then they can team up. Even for snakes, they'll team up together to try and catch something bigger than they are. And there might be one further off to the left again in the sunlight. There's a little dapple of sunlight in the road. And one just came into it. It's really hard to keep track of them because they move so quickly. For now, as we just enjoy the last little bit here, before we move on towards the area for the lions, let's head across to Tswalu with some striped animals.
So folks, this herd seems to be moving away from the waterhole. We spent a little bit of time with them. We noticed that the grass they're feeding on is our sauerfeld. Now, this particular grass is incredibly acidic, and it actually can cause blisters in the mouths if fed on too much. We were quite surprised by, so we kind of had a little look around and thought maybe there's other grasses growing in between it, but in this particular area, there seems to be nothing but it. So just interesting to see why. I'd love to know why they're feeding on this. Is it because it's just what is in the area at the moment? Because it is very, very low on the palatability scale. So not a good tasting grass, not one that is very high in nutrients at all. It's actually very acidic. So it's just interesting to see, and kind of makes one wonder. As you can see, they're about to walk off into a thicket. So I think we're going to start up and see what else we can find. Always nice to spend time with our striped friends. So even though Tswalu is so green at the moment because of the rain, doesn't necessarily mean that everything that's growing is very high in nutrients or in or tastes good. But you realize animals adapt and kind of make the best plan they can with what they've got. It's always interesting. So I think we're going to see what else we can find. We're going to be sending you across to a man sitting next to a river. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. And we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff here between these two groups of rhino, which have come together just before we sent you away the last time. These two rhino on the right just come into the scene, and we've seen them kind of tentatively approach the three rhinos that were here already, and there was a bit of a chase, and now they're trying to suss each other out, I think. See how that one on the left is kind of just really concentrating, giving all his attention to those two new ones, trying to work out what they're doing, who they are, whether they're male or females. And I can't actually see for certain whether the new ones on the right are male or female. But the one is now actually curling its tail, and that's a sign of being a little bit agitated. I think it's moving off, maybe feeling a little bit threatened because it's kind of 3 on 2. I think it actually looks like a group. All of them are females, I think. And because there's calves involved, there's calves on the left-hand side, I think the mother, the bigger of the 3 on the left, is not allowing the other 2 to come too close. there's no real aggression being shown, but just a bit of wariness. And it's quite amazing to see a group of 5 rhinos like this together. They don't often spend time together, normally spend time on their own. Or if there's a mother, she will move around with her calf. But from time to time they'll come together in these, what we call crashes of rhino, small groups of up to, normally about 4 or 5, but sometimes up to, I've seen about 15 or 16 together at once, but that's very rare. And they'll spend some time together, especially if there's good grazing. And after a few hours, they'll generally go their separate ways. Female rhinos don't really stick to a territory. They'll have a home range, but they'll move around and come across each other quite regularly. Whereas male rhinos are more territorial. So Amanda, you've asked us what rhinos do throughout the night. And rhinos are daytime animals. We call them diurnal. They're active mainly in the day, especially in the early mornings and the late afternoons like this. But at night time, they spend most of the evening resting. They'll probably graze until just after sunset on most days, because it'll still be nice and cool. But for most of the night, what they'll do is they'll find somewhere to sleep. And they will actually sleep on their sides or on their stomachs for most of the night. Often they'll find somewhere where it's either quite sandy or short grass for them to sleep, because they don't like long grass tickling them when they're sleeping. So often it's a sandy spot that they choose, and they'll sleep there until the morning. And so these rhinos are still showing some signs of agitation. They're kind of running around a bit, holding their tails curled up like that. And I think they'll probably, after this little standoff, probably move away and give each other some space now. We're going to send you to Steve now, and he has found himself a herd of something.
Well, welcome back to Djuma, everybody. We've crossed over the road. The elephants have crossed back into Djuma, and now we are surrounded by them. So I'm just going to allow you to hear the sounds and the noises of the feeding. And although there might be a little bit of pushing and shoving at the back there from some boys, the herd is very relaxed. So yeah, this young boy is coming through the middle here to give everybody a hard time, because he's been dominated by a bigger bull. And now he's going to show his stuff. He has to come in. Here we go. Push everybody. Oh, what are you doing? Are you going to come push me now, you naughty boy? Come on. He's like, hang on. Why is that guy so calm? Not supposed to be calm. Supposed to be scared. I'm a big elephant. Frightening. These two boys over here, also having a little bit of a go. The bull on the left, who is the one who dominated, the one who just came in now, has given this young bull a proper crotch sniff. And then he's going to stuck his trunk in his mouth. Definitely not typical behavior of humans. We always anthropomorphize, but we definitely don't walk around and go sniff each other's crotches before saying hello. Or do we? I don't know. Morgan, no comment. Oh, young boys. Now, needless to say, these elephants are very relaxed. Apart from a bit of crotch sniffing, everything is in order. See the eyes, everybody. I often talk about the eyes. Have a look how these eyes are semi-closed. They're not really even using them. They're feeding by smell. And it's testament to the breeding herd, or the adult female's relaxation. Luke, of course. Luke, age 10, of course, we get bachelor herds of bulls. Once bulls get pushed away from the herd, they actually follow for a while, and until eventually they get sort of picked up by a bigger male. There we go. Here's some more little love. Hello, little sibling. Until they get picked up by a bigger male, and then they'll follow them around. But when that big male gets into must, he generally moves on his own or tries to follow herds. Then you don't find groups together. But out of season, when bulls aren't in must, you often find groups of males hanging out together. They go to areas where you don't often find many breeding herds, where there's lots of food, bulk food. It might not be the best quality, but there's lots of it. And the elephants can do quite well feeding on it. So bachelor herds are very common. They are actually the coolest to encounter on foot, groups of bulls. Because when they're on their own, they're a bit lonely. But when they're in a group, they've also got something to prove. And they don't react because they've got an ego. You see, they've got a reputation to uphold. So they don't react to us. They just pretend, oh, I didn't even see you there. I didn't have a moment of panic at all. I'm just going to walk casually like all my other big friends are doing. You know, when other guys are watching you, you generally play your cards a lot cooler than you do if there's girls watching. You're very, all the guys are watching now. I need to play it cool. So bulls are very cool. I love spending time with elephant bulls. Very, very, very favorite pastime of mine. Elephants, obviously, in a vehicle, elephant breeding herds, really, really good. But on foot, elephant herds are something you're just got to be very, very aware of. If you're on rocks or on a hill or on a termite mound or something, you've got really good leverage and cover, then breeding herds are fine. But bulls are just a little bit more tolerant, a little bit more, nothing really gets up their nose, if you know what I mean. So elephant bulls are fun. Okay, well, they're all moving off into the sun, so I'm going to try and move around and try and get you another view because we've got them all around us here. So let me just reposition quickly. There's another boy. This herd is so relaxed that they actually they've been coming closer to us, which is a good testament of their relaxed nature. But obviously the best thing to do with elephants, if you put yourself in a position, you park somewhere where they can approach you, and if they do come closer, well, that's great. If they don't, well, then no harm. You can't just drive into a herd of elephants and think they're going to behave in a normal manner. That is not how it works. Let me get some nice light here. This herd slowly moving towards us. Sorry, just one more turn. Just change the angle so that we don't have the camera in the way. That'll do it. Now this is the fire break that we're on here. This is the fire break that's managed every year by Juma from a ecological point of view to prevent fires from coming in from the north or to prevent Djuma fires from burning north into Buffelshoek. So it's a highly utilized area. It's dominated by pioneer grasses, and it is burnt every single year. The elephants are still feeding on it, still moving through. Louise, we definitely see a decrease in certain species and a structural change in certain heights of trees. But if anything, bush density is on the increase in Africa, in conservation areas as well. There's a lot of bush clearing happening and a lot of deforestation happening due to human settlements, human deforestation. And yes, there have been structural changes in reserves around Africa due to elephant numbers, but scientists and many people are under the impression that these forests didn't occur forever. They haven't always been there. They've gone through cyclical changes of increase in forest. The elephant numbers increased, and the forest decreased, and the elephant numbers decreased. There's a cyclic flow of both. So if anything, elephants are doing here we go, she's coming right up to us. If anything, elephants are doing a good job of opening up the vegetation. Hello, Mama. You are beautiful. How blessed are we, everybody? We are so blessed. A nice hot afternoon. There's nothing better than finding a herd of elephants. We got a couple of them drinking, of course. We missed the most of them. I think most of them went to Tamboti Dam, but we managed to come around and catch up with them. Okay, so everybody's enjoying our elephants. Well, I'm enjoying them too, thoroughly. Morgan, you enjoying them? Yes, indeed. Todd, elephants don't go anywhere to give birth. They will give birth right where they are. It's obviously a 22-month gestation period. So when the time happens, it just happens. It'll happen right there where they are. The activity of the herd might change. The behavior might change. The herd will start sort of getting a bit agitated. They'll start to stand around that female until eventually she gives birth, and forming like a protective phalanx around the baby as it's born. I've only seen the outside of a breeding, of a birthing. I've never actually physically seen it happen. I've seen the elephants, I've seen the behavior, I've seen it all going down, and then next thing, the herd starts to open up, and there they are welcoming this new youngster to the world. It is so special to witness, I can tell you. Hello, little boy. Is the grass really tasty right by my car? Come on. Come say hello. You're going to be a big bull one day, aren't you? Yeah. Well, it goes without saying, we're probably not going to leave our elephants. while we send you over to Josh, who's on the move.
Learning about elephants. Always cool to spend time with our giant pachyderm friends. So we're heading towards another waterhole. We've just got some cloud cover over the sun, so it's cooled down a little bit. Myself and BK are no longer being cooked alive. So we're gonna just turn down this road and see what we can find. So we're quite close to a waterhole called Mellifera Pan, and obviously hoping for a little bit of activity. But as always with the bush, one never really knows what's going to happen or what one will find. It could be quiet and worth just sitting here for a minute or two and listening, and maybe something joins us. Oh, nice and a mackerel dove. But the waterhole is looking rather quiet. So I got part of a question there. I'm just going to ask the control just to repeat it for me. What is only found in Tswalu? Shreya, gemsbok are found in any of your arid environments. So the Kalahari Transfrontier Park, Kamab, us, up into the Namib and the Kalahari. So it is a species that is in particular suited to very harsh habitats. Just trying to see if I can't show BK here. Go down and to the right, BK. See the shaft-tailed whiter. So we're just having a look here at some birds, and we've been lucky enough to see there's a little shaft-tailed whiter male on the ground foraging, a very pretty bird. You take a look, he's rather small, and that tail of his is incredibly long. And she's also a very drab brown color. There's quite a few shaft-tailed whiter males here at the waterhole, so obviously looking for the lady's attention. There's also some Egyptian geese, mackerel doves, turtle doves. There's a fair bit. Oh, our Egyptian gooses come in for a crash landing, and I'm certain you folks have seen these before. Prolific breeders and makers of racket. If you have a family of these in your garden, you will be well aware they are there. They will also chase your other water birds. So the water is looking a little bit quiet. Oh, there they go. So we've been asked, what do they use to make their nest? What nesting materials are used? And it'll depend on which bird you're asking about, Kennedy. If it's the gooses, it's a ground nest close to the edge of the water, as far as I know. In terms of your shaft-tailed whiter, I would need to actually double check. I believe it's a small nest made of grass in quite thick vegetation, but I would have to double check that. I'm not certain. But it all depends on which species in specific you are referring to. I've never seen Egyptian geese nest. I've always seen the chicks in the water. And with our shaft-tailed whiters, you predominantly see the male courting and trying to get the lady's attention. So I haven't seen them build a nest either. It'll be something I'll have to double check. Lovely shaft-tailed whiter there.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi Sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at And Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through And Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Welcome back to Zoom, everybody. We're still with our elephants. They are slowly feeding. Now, when we first found this herd this afternoon, they were having a nap in the shade. They then had a very small snack, and then they went for a drink, and now it's going to be a constant amount of food until they decide to drink again. A bit of head shaking from here and there, some play with the youngsters, maybe some digging or mud wallowing, maybe some sand throwing on the head, like this bull over here is doing. He's digging and picking up some dirt, which he's now throwing on his head. There we go, he's just eating some of it. Either he's dug up a root or tuber that he's eaten there, or he's physically eating a blob of soil, which is not uncommon. He's throwing some mud on himself. Known as geophagy, the eating of earth to get certain minerals. Bear in mind that the plants get the minerals out of the soil, and that is what they use to create the food through photosynthesis. So some animals actually get the minerals out of eating the earth itself. This one's feeding on a vine of some sort. That vine had no chance. Hello, Annie, age 7. Well, elephants are pretty much growing throughout their lives, but you would say that probably from 40 odd Elephants don't really grow much more. They might get a bit thicker or denser, but they're pretty much done with their growth. Pretty much like humans, I suppose. I suppose humans have stopped growing in their 20s, maybe in their teens. Elephants grow for quite a bit after that. The bulls certainly seem to get bigger and bigger. The females don't... Here she is. She's a big girl. She's about as big as the females get. And she's going to show us how big she is as well by climbing on to the termite mound now. Feeding on all the grasses that are growing out of the nutrient-rich soil, because not only does the earth have all sorts of nutrients in it already, termites, through their recycling and their decomposition, actually increase the nutrients in the soil. That is the roaring snort of impalas in rut. She's hiding now. Oh no, she's going to reach up to the acacia. Now those thorns would hurt you, everybody. They would go right through your hand. Oh. Now firstly, acacias are very nutrient rich anyway. They're quite high in nitrogen, quite tasty. And they also have relationships with nitrogen-fixing bacteria, which enables them to absorb more nitrogen from the soil than other plants. So they are a favoured food for many of our herbivore animals. And one that's growing on a termite mound, ooh, it's going to be even more nutrient-rich, even more tasty. But she didn't quite like the look of that one. Okay, so we've still got a few. Our bull over here is still busy digging, still throwing earth on his back. Let me maybe roll forward a touch. We might be able to get a bit more of that. There we go. Just through the gap there. Quite dark, rich earth. It's pulling up the roots. There's a silver cluster leaf growing there. So they are earth movers, everybody. They dig and they push over and they change, they alter, they disturb. That's all part and parcel of their ecological role out here. Okay, well, we're probably going to stay with the elephants because why not? And let's send you over to Lauren, who's got something cool.
Now, this is a life lesson for you all, to never give up. No matter what challenges you're facing, be it an upward battle, don't give up. We've been watching this little individual and I'm not entirely sure how much progress has been made, but our dung beetle here is not giving up. Such an inspiration. And I think we're going to sit and see if he actually makes it. He's got ants crawling on top of his very perfect ball, actually. But I don't think he's getting anywhere. Come on, little guy, you can do it. Now, they do use their hind legs, of course. So not only is he upside down, you can actually see the track mark of the entire ball. So he's got it this far. Why he's choosing this route, I don't know. But we will give you the dung. The dung is right there. Looks relatively fresh, dark, soft. There's a wet patch from the urine. So this does suggest that it's fairly recent. So this little dung beetle here has managed to create quite a large, it's a perfect sphere. I think he's getting there. Face planting the sand, but not giving up. Oh, sorry, I said that's ants. I don't think it's just ants. It's a lot of flies that are sitting on top of the ball. Yes, apologies, not ants. I don't know what he's going to do with this ball. They all have different functions, of course. I didn't catch that name, but yes, they do. They do prefer the sort of larger herbivores, be it your elephants or your rhinos. That's a preferred sort of dung that they do use for their dung rolling. Oh my goodness, he's made it. I can't believe this. Wow. Happy days, we're now back on top of the ball. Where we're going after here, I do not know. But those dung beetles, there are many different species. They are a type of scarab beetle. And the ball rolling beetles, if you like, they can generally roll balls 50 times heavier than themselves, sometimes 80 times. Now, that is remarkable. So maybe this uphill challenge wasn't that bad for this little guy after all. Is he going to eat it? Is it a food ball? Is it a nuptial ball? Is he going to present it to a lady so that they can mate? Or is it a brood ball? Who knows? There's many different reasons that the dung beetles make balls. That was a fantastic sighting. Now we're going to sit here, hopefully bump into some wild dogs, but for now we're going to send you across to Pridelands.
As you can see, we've got a really beautiful sunset slowly evolving here at Zebra Clearings on Pridelands. But what I've got for you is a little who dung it. Whilst we enjoy this golden glow, who dung this? There is a pile of dung in front of me here on the ground. As you can see, it's rather clumped together, but it's very big. It's a big old chunky dung pellet. It's about the size of my thumb, I would say, or like a regular person's thumb, or the end of an index finger. What animal could have created this? Bearing in mind the area we're in is fairly open. There are a few trees scattered on the edges here, but it's a pretty difficult one to pin down. Now there can be two options here. I'd love to see what kind of options you come up with. Who dung this? I mean, was it a predator, first of all, is what you've got to think, or was it a herbivore? What do you think well, first of all, I gave you a hint by putting it in my hand, because you wouldn't really pick up the dung or scat of predators because covered in bacteria from all the meat that's rotting that they feed on, the blood that might be in this. So this is now, I've given a bit of a hint, this is a herbivore. And it's a pellet about the size of my finger. What do you reckon? What kind of animals might come to big clearings like this? Angie, that would be, so that's what I said, there's two options here. A lot of people might say this is kudu. Now, I'm not 100% sure this is kudu. In fact, I'm almost 100% sure it's not kudu, because kudu, although looks quite similar and is clumped up like this, I've never seen a kudu in this area. And something tells me that it's only clumped up because of this environment that it's in. Can you see here? There is a lot of overgrowing vegetation all over here, and the sand is very soft. So it means that this dung pellets wouldn't have spread very far from wherever they came from. Shireus, Wildebeest would be a great guess. They love this clearing. In fact, in zebra clearings, we often find one big wildebeest male. We haven't seen him for a while, but I think the students named him Joe. It's never good to name the animals because then what happens is they disappear on you and you get very sad. But wildebeest dung is usually clumped up, so it's not a wildebeest either. But these are both two excellent guesses, and I think both of them are commendable because wildebeest's dung pellets look quite similar to this, but usually more clumped together. White mane impala dung is much smaller than this. Impala dung would be maybe the size of my pinky finger. So if I can hold this again close to this dung pile, you can see an impala dung would be much, much smaller than that. Okay, impala dung would be very, very tiny. And at this time of year, you'd most likely start seeing impala dung in much larger mounds because the males are going to begin creating impala dung middens because the rutting season's about to start in a couple of weeks. So impala is also a good guess. They also make pellets very similarly. In fact, we play a cool game called Bokdrol Spuch with some impala dung, and I'll show you that maybe another time. These dung pellets are not often used for bokdrolspuch. They're a little large to spuch, if that makes any sense. Oh, I'd love to do a bit of a competition. We should get all the different guides together to try and do a spuching competitie. Should I give you the answer? Or should I wait a little longer for you to figure this one out? There's some cool other little bits and bobs around here. There's also this toxic plant here, which we've talked about before. This is that thorny apple. Mad Mark, good idea. Waterbuck is also quite clumpy. Just like the wildebeest, waterbuck's dung is usually quite clumpy. It's not so difficult to tell, it's not so easy rather to tell apart from wildebeest. Normally, what you're looking for is the difference in habitat. This is a big, wide, open area, which is the kind of place wildebeest will come and rest. They'll usually make a little open patch where they scrape. But waterbuck like also grassy areas, but often more bushy spots, and usually closer to the water. So although we have a few waterbuck here on Pride Lands, they're not very common. We actually haven't seen any waterbuck dung around Pride Lands yet, because there's only that one female and the two other young ones. I think they're both young males that we've seen around in Ndlovu Dam, but that's it. Strangely enough, because we've got so much water here, I would have expected to find lots more of them, but there just weren't any here when the fences were up. So in the 2.5 to 3 years since the fences have been on, no, it's only 2 years. In the 2 years since the fences have come down, we haven't had too many waterbuck move on here. You're running out of options now. We're getting super close. I think we're going to know that. I think we're about to nail this one. I think you're almost at it. You're going to hit the nail on the head. We're going to... I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time to think about it. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Josh.
So folks, we've decided to try and see what else we can find. We've left that waterhole. Our shaft-tailed whiters have taken off. And we had a question, what materials do they use for nesting? So with the Egyptian goose, it is a ground nest that is scraped out with its feet. We just had 2 sandgrouse there pop out. And with your shaft-tailed whiter, it is a brood parasite, primarily to your violet-eared waxbill, although the black-cheeked and others have been seen or recorded. So a brood parasite lays its egg in another bird's nest and has the other bird raise its chick. And I think we might just be in luck here with a little guy. We've just found a pygmy falcon. This tiny little guy is the subject of quite a large amount of research here on Tswalu. We obviously have the Tswalu Foundation, as well as the Dedeben Research Center here, which has projects with universities all over the world, and there is one on our pygmy falcon. Now, I'm sure you'll have seen through either the other guides or myself a sociable weaver nest. So these guys have a little relationship with your sociable weavers where they'll use one of the chambers and they actually help keep away your cobras in that. Now, a cobra obviously coming into a nest like that is going to eat a lot of eggs and a lot of chicks. Where he, on the other hand, might steal the odd chick, for sure, but in general feeds on little geckos and that around the base of the nest. But he's not going to allow a snake anywhere near that nest because his own chicks are there. So quite an interesting one, especially if you see, don't know if it's giving much of a size reference, but he's less than 10 centimeters tall and a rather tiny little guy. But very cool to have him perching and having a look around. So this is our pygmy falcon. But the project being done on them, if I'm not wrong, is through Wits University. And what they're doing is trying to get an idea of population as well as movements of these guys. So they'll ring chicks just so they can monitor where they're finding these individuals again. Sorry I stopped there, folks. I was just listening to a comment, and I think Milan has pointed out something quite humorous, is take a look at the size of the little twig or branch he's perching on. And Milan says it's quite humorous seeing them perching on these tiny twigs and not falling out. So they've got quite amazing talents, but it is definitely a balancing act. It's quite fun just watching this little guy. Do you wonder what he's looking for? Maybe a last meal. So in the sociable weaver's nests, you land up with a chamber that will show a very thick white layer coming out. And that is obviously just an ammonia buildup from these guys. But it is an indicator then that you've got a pygmy falcon in that area. And you are less likely to find a Cape Cobra or boomslang because he is going to chase it away. It's definitely boxing far above your body weight, but that's where speed and agility are on his side. So he probably weighs about 50 to 100 grams, and a Cape Cobra can weigh a couple of kilos, so it can get quite interesting. We're going to be sending you across to one of the others. We're going to bumble on and see what else we can find. Our pygmy falcon is on the move.
So we've given you a little bit more time to think about the answers now. And I've got a sneaky suspicion that you're all going to get it now. So there's still this pile here, still this big pile of very large pellets on this very sandy area, clumped together probably because of all this vegetation that's all around it over here. Lots of knobthorn trees in the area. Nice open clearing where animals might rest at night. Animals that are particularly vulnerable if they're resting, especially if they're resting on the ground. Animals that can't defend themselves very well, perhaps. Tangent, zebra is a... It's a good guess as well. So zebras' dung pellets are usually much larger than that and kidney bean shaped, usually with a nice big crack in it. So, and a zebra's clump is usually a big pile on top of each other. This is quite a flat pile. But this is the kind of place where we would see zebra. In fact, we saw zebras here this morning. But zebras is a kidney bean shaped dung ball. This is a nice pellet with a flattened end on one side and a little pointy end on the other side. Okay, that's a very typical shape of this animal's dung. All right, and that's because it has taken all the moisture out. Howlers on safari, yes! Yes, you got it, finally. It is a giraffe. So well done. You've put that evidence together and you've figured out what this is, or you've used a process of elimination. I'm not really 100% sure, but absolutely spot on. This is a giraffe dung pile. Now, the reason why it hasn't spread out is exactly as I said. It's a very soft patch of sand with lots of vegetation. And I suspect this giraffe might have actually been lying down when it defecated. I don't know if they do that. I've never really been able to see it, but I do know that giraffes often sleep in this clearing, zebra clearings, because it's a particularly vulnerable area for them, this area because of the lion activity on pride lands or the edges of pride lands. But at night they can rest here and know that they can spot danger before it gets too close. But what I want to show you, if we can, is the sunset is starting to become incredibly gorgeous. It is a beautiful, deep ruby color. It's just starting to change the sky. What a spectacular sunset. So we're going to start heading back to camp. It's going to get dark soon. In the meantime, we're going to send you over to Pinder, who's got a little surprise for you. Oh, you're going to stick with us just a little bit longer. Pinder's surprise is obviously surprising them. Just going to move slightly to try and see if we can actually get a better view of this sun itself. Because man, oh man, it's gorgeous. Now we've got some birds flying off into the sunset. Might just try and be quiet for a moment and enjoy this. It's very peaceful. Absolutely nothing quite like an African sunset. They don't get any better. And it's so quick as well. We just did a little practice session on anyone watching from home in southern Africa. I'll teach you maybe tomorrow or the next day how to tell how long it's going to take for the sun to set using nothing but your own arms and your hand. But in the meantime, it sounds like Pinder's back in action.
So welcome back to and Beyond Pinder, everyone. And we have very exciting things happening here. In this bush, there's a leopard walking right towards us. We've just seen her. We've been following her through the bush. And we're expecting her to pop out any minute. This is the Inyoni female. And we haven't seen her for a few days. I wonder where she's going to pop her head out. So what she's been doing is walking and then stopping and walking and pausing. And lying down. I think she is looking for something to eat. We just have to be a bit patient, because yeah, she might have stopped for a little bit in there, but we saw her not even a minute ago, and yeah, we might actually have to go check around that side to see if she's maybe not changed direction. So Lesego, this is exactly the right time for leopards to hunt. She is actually looking around, and this is the perfect time of day because it's nice and cool. The animals that she hunts are sort of starting to get ready for the evening time, and they're not so comfortable in the dark. Animals like Nyala, Impala, Deka even. And at the moment, I think there's some Nyala that side where, just to the right of the screen where we've actually just checked on Nyala, and I think she's busy stalking them. I think that's what's happening. That's why she hasn't popped her head out. So we thought she was going to pop out of this bush, but I think she's just smelt, heard, or seen that nyala, and she's probably stalking it. A bit of a patience game. So yeah, leopards do most of their hunting and walking around at night, and they are perfectly adapted for nighttime. Their eyes are amazing at night. They like to be hidden, and they like to operate under cover of vegetation, and darkness helps them with that. So she's probably spent most of the day resting, maybe up a tree or under a bush, and now in the late afternoon she's chosen to start walking around, maybe look for something to eat. What she could also be doing while she's hunting is also marking her territory, doing a bit of a territorial patrol, because leopards are very territorial. They live by themselves for most of the time, in fact the whole time, except when they are mating with males or females, or if they have cubs. So I think we're going to have to spend a bit of time here until we see this leopard again. We haven't lost her. She's in this very small clump of bushes. She will come out eventually, but for now we are going to send you off to another location.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa Chitwa. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Chitwa's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature. Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a Wild Earth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hello everybody, welcome to Djuma once again. Welcome to a very flat lion, dark mane of the Avoca Male Coalition, who is just taking it real easy where he was left this morning. Apologies for any noises you might hear. I'm just swapping out a battery for my radio. Dies in my ear. There we go. All good. Okay. So, someone came to follow up on him this morning, and well, not this morning, but this afternoon, said he couldn't find. He didn't really look, because there are impala everywhere, and there are still impala all around us here. That maybe they just know he's not the quickest and most agile lion at the moment, or maybe he's taking it so low key that they've forgotten that he's here. It's a strategy that lions do employ from time to time to avoid detection, really. Animals forget that they're there, although they should know that they're there. I think some animals have got a little bit of a short memory when it comes to the fact that there was a predator there hours ago, and then that predator pretends to sleep, and then after a period of time, they just forget it's there, and then suddenly, ooh, my goodness, where did that lion come from? So a strategy that sometimes works for these predators, especially when the herbivores that are coming through are changing. I've seen many a time at a watering hole when impala come through to feed, or to, should I say, to drink. That's what you do at watering holes, you drink. They're coming through for a drink, and then they get frightened by a lion. They leave, another herd comes. The lions kill one of them. Then one herd comes and realizes the lion, they leave, and then another herd comes. And I saw a lioness kill 6 impala one day at a watering hole, 6. In the space of about 3.5 hours, 4 hours. And it was just too much for it to feed on. Just kept dragging it up the drainage and leaving it there for her sister and her cubs. Well, it's definitely that time of day when our predators find it too hot to be sleeping, to not be sleeping. So let's go to Ross, who's with his sleeping leopard as well.
Welcome back everyone to &Beyond Phinda, and we've managed to eventually pin down this leopard at the bottom of this African weeping wattle bush. And it looks like we thought she might have been stalking a nyala. We thought we could have lost her, but she's actually just flopped down in what looks like a nice little sandy spot, and she's resting. I think she might have for now done just about enough walking as she'd like, and now she's relaxing. I don't think she's even aware that those nyalas are there. If she walked about 10 more meters, she would have seen them. But at the moment, I think these nyalas are gonna have to come to her if they're gonna be in any danger. But how beautiful. You can see that she's got those long whiskers and that beautiful rosetted pattern that we can see so clearly. Her stomach is just rising and falling as she breathes. And it's quite amazing. We actually found her because we smelt her before we saw her. And she actually stinks to high heaven at the moment. There she looks up. She is smelling incredibly bad. And if you see all over her face, she looks like she's got mud on her right ear. It's actually not mud. I think it's dung, or maybe something dead that she's been rolling in. And leopards love to do that, especially with what I've noticed with buffalo dung. They love to roll in it to disguise their scent from other animals. But at the moment, she's not disguising any scent. She's actually making herself stick out like a sore thumb in this bush because everyone can smell her before they see her. So normally, she wouldn't roll in so much of it. She'd roll in just a little bit of it, and the animals wouldn't smell leopard in the area. They'd just smell buffalo dung, which is something that's way less threatening to them than a leopard, and it would increase her chances of getting closer to an animal that she stalked. Look how she's biting flies, trying to snap at some flies that are buzzing around her. Probably buzzing around because she's just got so much of that dung on her face. And she is probably going to lie here I don't think she'll lie here for too long, actually. I think she might get up quite soon. This might just be a brief interval in her territorial patrol. But we're going to send you now over to Nicky, where he's also had some luck with predators.
So we just found those lions. I just had to try and position the vehicle a bit better so we can have a glimpse. Now they are moving down the road, and I want to show you which lions we actually found. So I just want to move a slight bit closer, and then we'll stop the vehicle. I'm going to stop the vehicle right here. Let's have a look. So you'll notice two big females off to the right, and just to the left are these three young cubs. Now it is getting to that time of the evening where it's cooling down, and most likely these lions are going to be heading down towards the riverbed. It looks like one of the females might be lactating, and both of them show, or the one is actually the mother of the three, and the other one looks like she's lactating. Maybe it's one that also has cubs currently near the river. So we'll just have to follow them for a little while and see where they go. But notice the little cubs off to the left. When it cools down like this, they tend to be very playful. I think this one just grabbed the stick. Look at this female off to the right. I just want to show you her behavior. See how she's pointing her ears in that direction as well as staring very intently. I don't know if it might be towards the rest of the pride that we are also looking out for, or maybe if there's a potential meal on that side. You can see even her tail's not moving. She might just be trying to figure out exactly what is flushing those francolins in the background. You can see the little cubs aren't too fussed about it. They're more interested in playing with one another and with that stick than anything else. Michelle, I agree with you. These cubs are absolutely adorable. And I would like to try and see, the thing is, I just don't want to move too much, because look at her. You can see she's definitely spotted something. And let's see what's going to happen with this other female. We're just going to sit here silently and just watch where this female is going to go. So she's just right next to us at the moment. We just want to sit quietly. She's actually moving around us now. I don't know if you can hear the grass moving. Now she's looped on, and she might be looking out for something behind us, while this one is probably waiting here with the cubs. She's moving very quickly behind us now. Look at how this one is looking at her to see when she's going to be moving off. I don't know if everyone heard, but there was just a little bit of the grass moving next to us. She's barely making any noise. And what could happen is, if these two carry on, they might leave the cubs right here. And if that's the case, we're going to have to follow them and leave these cubs behind. Because these cubs will be vulnerable. And the thing is, we don't want to be around, and our noise could distract them. So we'd rather move away, especially if this lioness moves on and leaves the cubs at the back. we're just going to sit quietly here as she moves past. What I'm going to do, though, is because the cubs also possibly look like they might be following soon, is we'll wait for her to move on, and then we'll move away so that at least, as I mentioned, I don't want to be near the cubs because sometimes with a vehicle there might be hyenas around if you start a vehicle. So what I would like to do is as soon as the mum moves off, we're going to move away as well, so that these youngsters can move into a bit of cover. But in the meantime, let's head across to Lauren that's also found another predator.
Sadly, everyone, it's a fleeting glimpse. We've been having the loveliest little sighting with the Juma clan, but no, okay, she's repositioned. This is a good thing, and Tima has not left the building. I think we should go round Davi. I thought Intima was leaving, but she's just plonked her bottom right back down again. And her little boy, I believe it's a boy, is huge. Okay, let's just reposition. As you know, once the adult leaves, we leave. But she's still lying down. And they're back at den number 3, everyone. I don't know what dens they've been using the past 2 weeks, but they're back at den number 3. Baffling. Okay. How is this for you, Dobby? I think we might manage to get everyone. So Intima's still here. And I think everyone's slowly starting to wake up. Braveheart's sleeping at the den entrance, or should I say the dentrance. Navella's full of beans. I can't quite see where the older one is yet. Oh, you have something. I think that could be Pumela. No, wait, there's a cut in the ear. Skingarika. Yes, a Skingarika eating... I'm going to guess a bone of some sorts. Oh, it's so lovely to see them again. And who is this little thing? Oh my goodness. So, of course, it's wonderful that Intima has a boy. But it's also for the clan dynamics, for the pool of females. It's also not great. Tima, what are you doing? The males disperse, as you know, or at least 97% of them do. And the sort of females that will currently add to the pool will be Indibele and Sutu. But they're still sub-adults at the moment. They're not classified as adults, but they will add to the pool of females and sort of make it get slightly larger. I love it when they do that with their head. But as for the cubs right now that we have, of course, Skingarika is female, Navella is female, and Braveheart. And they will never leave the clan. When they grow up, they will be very much part of the clan, and they'll find their place on the hierarchy. Tima's such a good-looking female. Perfect ears, perfect face. That won't last. I'm sure at some point her ears will get a makeover. Everybody's disappeared, but of course as the sun's going down, that's perfect news for hyenas becoming active. And talking of the sunset, let's send you all the way down to Swallow to look at one.
So folks, we came around the corner and Mother Nature decided that she wanted us to stop for a second. And if you take a look at that sky, you can see why. The sunsets in the Kalahari truly are just spectacular. So we've got about 20 minutes until the sun is gone, but it is painting an amazing picture this evening. And we have two very curious male giraffe watching the sunset with us. So earlier we spoke about that pygmy falcon. You can see the sociable weaver nest behind our giraffes. So these two males have been kind of butting each other around. And it's looking like more and more of a dominance display going on between the bigger one at the back and the younger one in front. But hopefully they'll move a little bit more to the right. And we might get lucky and have them silhouetted against that sunset. Kyle, sunset, sunrise, I'm in for both, but I agree. I can understand why it is your favorite part of the day. And the colors are something else. And sunsets like this, how could we ever leave the bushveld? Yeah, a lot of sociable weavers in the background at the moment. Making a racket, one or two other bird species. Just watching these two giraffe. Nice way to end the day, slow everything down. So I think we're going to sit and see what the sky has to say. We're going to send you across to Steve, who has some lines. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. It's the roar of the lion, Djuma. We're with Darkman in the darkness, in the infrared, and he hasn't done too much, but he was found this morning because he was calling. We were actually woken this morning to lots of lion noises in and around camp, and we were following up on some calls. It's very hard, in my opinion, to tell the difference between a lioness and a male lion calling. And there were 3 vehicles following up on lions, and they were actually coming from all different sides. And eventually, Impala alarm calls got one of our colleagues into this area. I was following up on calls that were much closer to camp, and then they moved further north. And then some lions were actually found around Nyala Dam in Buffelshoek this morning as well. And this fellow was left all on his own here in the west, going, where is everybody? Why have they left me all alone? He's getting quite used to being alone, Darkman. He's a very impressive male. So we're hoping he's going to sit up in a little while and give us another call. Lesotho, there's only one species of lion. There used to be an Asiatic lion, I think. And there probably used to be more than one species of lion in Africa at one point down the line, but there's only one. Only one. There is what they call in America the cougar, or the mountain lion, which is quite different. So I don't know if it actually is a true lion. I don't really know enough about the cougar. Oh, here we go. It's going to yawn. But the Panthera leo is the only lion in the Panthera genus that I know of, but I could be completely mistaken. And if I've gotten the cougar incorrect, everybody, please don't get upset with me. I shall have to check as well. It's definitely the only species in Africa. We get the Panthera leo, the lion, Panthera pardus, which is the leopard, and then Panthera tigris, which is the tiger. And now, trying to think what the jaguar is. It's not one I've actually had to think about very often. Well, he hasn't gone far since this morning. He's moved around this one bush. And we are going to stay with him, everybody, until he calls.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi Sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
And right on cue, everyone, Miss Ntima has left. Someone's not happy. Anyway, we have to leave, unfortunately. Bye, guys. It was very good to see you. I'm just going to have to put some lights on so that I can actually see where I'm going. Reversing in the dark is no easy task. No, we're going to have to try that again. I can hear some very upset elephants. We will go have a little look for them, but for now, den time is over. Okay, as I navigate out of the hyena den, we're going to send you across to Steve and his lion.
Well, good morning. Heard some elephants screaming, and he's decided to give his own volume to the night. Juma. Oh, splendid. We can go now. Morgan is called. We can go home. Our job here is done. So everybody, just so that we are clear, the mountain lion, or the cougar, is actually called a puma concala. So it's not a panther at all. Not a panther at all. So I'm glad I didn't get that one wrong. No one's calling back for our poor fellow. Jabulani, it's often enough to keep the others away, keep rivals away, just that noise. And when you get a number of them calling at the same time, it is unbelievable. When you're surrounded by a pride of lions calling, there's something very, very special about it. So everybody, just because I didn't know, the jaguar is called Panthera onca. Onca. I don't know where that comes from, but obviously jaguars are in South America. Nice to turn the bass up on that when you are sitting there. Taylor, there is supposedly the Kalahari lions are supposed to be slightly heavier than Kruger lions due to the fact that being actually larger is more beneficial to them from a heat regulation point of view, and also they're known to take larger prey such as eland and gemsbok. So I don't know exactly how much bigger, but I do believe they are slightly bigger. But they are genetically the same species, But when you occur in an area over a period of time, geological or geographical changes start to happen, which better suit you for the environment. So a larger lion actually has a little bit less, or slowly cools down a bit slower, or heats up a bit slower. I'm just trying to find my spotlight, because we have impalas shouting. It is that time of year, everybody, when you just can't trust these impala, to be honest. And they have obviously heard our lion calling, and no doubt that would have them shaking in their boots. And let's send you over to Nicky, who caught up with his lions.
So eventually we had to leave those two females with the 3 young cubs, those lions from earlier on. And we came to the rest of the pride that was found by some of the rangers. Now, the one we're looking at right now is actually one of the white lions. Now I can't really see that well because of the low light, but it does look like this might be the young white female. Oh, she's just gone and lie down in the tall grass. There's another one sitting at the back. You can see the black behind the ears. The head's actually facing the opposite direction. I'm just hoping that one of them would also get up. Now, there are others around here that you can actually just see the belly of them. But it's really not a great view because of the tall grass. I'm just hoping that one of them would sit up again. But we're going to try and see if we can get you these ones that are slightly off to the left. It's just past this bush here. You can see there's a few heads. There's one head moving there. So it's actually just licking itself. I don't know if everyone can hear the fiery-necked nightjar in the background. That's calling. It's one of my favorite calls. There's actually a few of the lions that have gotten up. Now they're looking at a lioness that's actually making... I hope it's a lioness. I mean, the light's so bad, I might be good. That is a lioness. Let's move to the back. You can see this young male right in front of us. He has picked up his head. You can see the fluff around the bottom of his neck, around his throat. Still a young male, probably just under 2 or just over 2 years old. So I've already counted close to 8 lions here. There might be more. Just have to give it a little while and see if the others stand up. Because the grass is so tall that some of them, when they lie down, you can't really see them. So as you can see, we're using infrared in order to view them, so we don't use any additional lights like a spotlight or anything. So this is all the light that we use. Mikolova, with the mane, I don't think I heard the whole question, but is it the question related to will a lighter mane attract more females, or would a mane? So, I mean, there are quite a lot of theories that apparently lions with darker manes and bigger, more impressive manes tend to attract females. But apparently, like I've seen lions here, especially the possible father of these white ones, is a lot lighter in color. His mane is a lot lighter in color than his brother. And I have seen him mating with some of the females. And what happened in that scenario is that the 2 brothers, whoever's first with the pride, will show dominance and chase the other brother away. And if, of course, the darker maned one is there, then he'll chase the lighter colored mane away. I do think it might have an effect, but often the more dominant male in that area, even if his mane is light or more of a light color in comparison to the other males, if he's bigger and stronger, I'm sure he'll have the mating rights because he'll push all the other males away out of that area. Sometimes just the females might be more attractive, of course, if a male has a bigger mane and more darker, more impressive mane. So there's also another vehicle that came through to have a look at these lions. And I'm just trying to have a look at how many I can see. I can just see this one here now that has his head up, and at the back I can see a female. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for these lions, let's head across to Lauren and see what she has for us.
Oh, apparently we're live. I didn't get that there. We're live with a chameleon. Look at that. Now, just to give you some context here, we have absolutely no lights on this chameleon whatsoever. And do not shine lights on chameleons. The best time to view them is actually during the day. They are diurnal, and when you see them during the day, that's absolutely fine. You can view them. It's a little bit tricky at night, so if Davy can just kindly zoom out a little bit, you'll see that it looks like we have a light on it, but it's actually the infrared light. There's no artificial lights from the car or the presenter light or the spotlight on this chameleon. We obviously spot it via the spotlight. It almost glows at night time, and you can see it really stands out against the vegetation. And then immediately we have the fantastic tool of the infrared light, which allows us to view wildlife without shining that harsh sort of white bright light on them. They of course have highly sensitive eyes. You can see 360 degrees. And I mentioned that they're diurnal. At nighttime, they really just rest like this. They're not diurnal. We just spot them easier at nighttime because they glow with the spotlight. And of course, chameleons are well known for changing colour, and Davy and I actually spent a lot of time in Namibia with a different species known as a Namakwa chameleon. And it was actually quite a bizarre feeling spending time with the different species when you're so used to seeing the flap neck, which is what we're looking at right now. The Namakwa has got a very short, stubby tail. It's got a very rotund body, shall we say, and it's dark in colour. It's black. Now, it's completely specialised to the desert, of course, and the flat neck here is specialised to life in the low veld. So when you ask people why do chameleons change colour, most people say camouflage. Completely incorrect. They are already camouflaged to their environment, be it green to blend in with the vegetation, or be it dark, black to blend in with the stones and the rocks of the desert. They're already camouflaged. A chameleon will only change colour for two reasons. One, the main one, is mood. They express their mood through colour change. Be it upset, be it agitated, be it breeding. The second reason, is temperature. They're reptiles. They will get a little bit lighter when they're warmer and darker when they're cooler. So really, when they are changing colour, they're expressing mood, they're expressing something. Of course, the males need to signal somehow to the ladies that they're ready. And you will find that when they're really, really not happy, say you try to handle this organism, it will go very dark in colour. Possibly even black or black splodges. And when they're ready to mate, they normally get a sort of orange colour under their throat. No name needed. That's the best name I've heard. Some of these names are very tricky to hear through an earpiece, through a barrier of accent. So no name needed. There you go. Predators, all sorts. I guess they are reptiles and big raptors, aerial predators. In the form of raptors would eat chameleons. And you'll find sort of mammals. I mean, even a leopard would eat a chameleon if they came across one. Leopards are very, very opportunistic. And you'll find your smaller mammals, maybe even mongoose, civets, all sorts, genets would eat chameleons, I'm afraid. I'm not actually sure if snakes would eat them. That's a good question. I wonder if the larger species of snakes would. But they're an easy target. They're not the fastest of animals out here. They're very slow movers. And you can see this one is literally just sleeping. Sun's gone down. He's a reptile. It's time to just shut down for the night, rest, save all your energy for the sun to come back up again in the morning. I don't really think chameleons get enough credit for how incredible they actually are and their cognitive abilities. I mean, it's not fully understood by science how they're able to process two different pictures, two different images from two different eyes at the one time. I mean, that's baffling. What a great find. I'm going to come back and try and find this little guy in the morning. But for now, over to Steve with his lion.
Just in time, everybody. You got that one out just in time, and perfect timing, everybody. So we are joined with others in the sighting. And obviously he's in no danger of being influenced in any way. He's not hunting. He's just sitting here, calling, shouting his defiance to the world. How splendid is that? 2 Djumas for you in as many segments. Truly blessed. And there we go, he's done now. He missed it though. He got up and he limped a bit, and then he really struggled to have a poo, which you were really blessed you missed. The Canova lions have different calls. They've got the contact call, which is just a little very soft. One is between pride members, and one is between mum and cubs. And then there's the loud, roaring call, which is generally territory, as well as contacting from a distance. And pride members want to establish where they are. They want to establish territory. I don't think there's much difference between the sound, between the lions calling this morning to try and relocate each other from a distance, or calling territory. So I don't know the difference between it. Even you try to listen to a female and a male, I'm sure there's a slight difference in tone. But when you hear a lion calling, it's really difficult to say for certain that that's a male or that's a female. Often you say it's a group of lions because you can hear the number of them calling. So I'm sure they're able to discern differences, different baritone levels, different depths. Kimberly, you know how many times I've spent with this man and he hasn't called. Now he's called twice, just in time for you to see it. So your day's made, indeed. What a blessing. You have officially arrived on Djuma. Djuma. You can hear it, can't you? It is the local word for the roar of the lion, Djuma. And tonight, we are home. There's nothing quite like the sound of a lion roaring nearby to get the hairs on the back of your neck to stand up. Everything is so quiet after that. Okay, so from our lion to 8 Lion Pride with Nikki.
So we're back with this pride, and we're just trying to see which one this might be. I'm trying to see if it's one of the white ones or maybe a different color one. It's hard with the light, as I mentioned earlier. Now, it sounds like, just listening out, that a few of them might have gotten up and is moving in the grass. So let's just move out slightly. You can see the ones off to the right also staring left. Might be at this one that's gotten up. So that one at the back is the young white female, it looks like. See the one that we're looking at right now. It's just hard with the infrared light to distinguish between a tawny and a white colored one. But by the facial features as well as a little bit more white in comparison to the others. And it's interesting, we are quite far in the western part of the reserve at the moment. And it was almost more than half a year ago when this young white female went missing for over a week. And the last time they were seen before she went missing was up in this area. So I'm sure she'll stay very close to the pride this time. They've been up here quite a few times before since then as well. See, these others are yawning now. Maybe a good sign that they're going to be moving soon. Sorry, Kat, with your question about the offspring of the white lion, do you mind repeating that? So it all depends. I mean, like, in order to get a white lion, both the male and the female have to have the recessive white gene. So if that's the case, and both the male and the female has it, then 1 in every 4 would be a white lion. So with this female, if the male that mates with her, eventually, if that male has the recessive white gene, then yes, she will have a few white ones, but she'll also have a tawny one. If the male has 2 dominant genes for tawny, then she wouldn't have any white ones. But the offspring of those ones there might be a chance that they could be white. However, I mean, let's say in this scenario, because of the pride, let's say this young white male, which would be the half brother of this white female. So I mean the same dad possibly, but 2 different mothers. If by some chance they would mate, then all the offspring would be white, because he has 2 recessive white genes as well as she does. And because of that, all the youngsters would be white that are born. Absolutely dead still this evening. So quiet. And that's probably why these lions are here in this open area, just listening out. Gregory, I would say no. I've I've never, or from my experience, I mean, I don't have too much experience with white lions. I've been following them on Ngala since, of course, I started here. And what I've noticed from the prides is they don't treat them any differently at all. I've actually found that even with the rest of the pride, they don't single them out and not the others. So with this white one, he has a brother, the white male. And we've noticed that whenever there was a bit of a dispute between the other males and them, is that they didn't necessarily pick on the white one, they picked on both. And so therefore I would definitely say they haven't been disadvantaged being with the pride. In actual fact, is sometimes they outcompete their brother, or in this female's case, sister. So now they've moved up, so that's the white lion that's just moving. Hopefully we'll be able to follow them for the next little while.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa, kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu, wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, he's in pretty much a roaring mood. He roared again a moment ago, so we might get him doing it again this evening. No one seems to be answering him, so he's just going to shout his defiance to the night. Pretty much what a male lion does for most of the day. He lies there flat, calls a bit, and goes and tries to find his female friends. Shirace, you want to know how far they crawl? Well, on optimum conditions, they say about 8 kilometers, that we can hear it. So lions themselves can probably hear it even further. When I say optimum conditions, lions generally only call at night when temperatures are a little bit cooler. But in the summer months, like now, when the vegetation is still very dense, there'd be quite a muffling sort of sound to it, almost like a sound booth. And in the winter months, when there's almost no vegetation, temperatures are much cooler, you generally hear lions a bit further away. So the sound does travel, and it's deceptively loud. Like this morning, we were certain the lions were very close to camp, and then, well, they weren't, were they, Morgan? No, they weren't. We even raced out 20 minutes before drive to try and find them, and they sounded even closer, and they were like, oh, we're going to get them right now. And they were quite far. This fellow is probably 2 kilometers from camp, maybe 1.5. And so when it's that close, it sounds incredibly close. When you're sitting right here on top of him, it's a wonderful experience, wonderful sound. It's one of those highlights when you get them to do it. Some days they're just not in the mood. I mean, it's not like you can poke him with a stick and say, hey, roar for us, please. It is one of those natural things that you just have to have the patience to see. And that's the wonderful thing about live safaris, is that anything can happen. Absolutely anything. There could be interaction, there could be mating, there could be kills, there could be fights. There could be elephants chasing them. You never know what you might find. And every time you go on safari, it'll be unique. You never find exactly the same animals doing exactly the same things. But what you will find a lot is male lions doing this. This you'll see a lot of. They're not bothered by much. Welsh lady, essentially, if there was someone who wanted to challenge him, they would probably come and find him now, yes, but that probably won't happen, and the lionesses would actually probably try to stay away from him, because he'll just take the lion's share of whatever they catch. So he's a little bit slow at the moment in his walk, so they're deliberately leaving him behind, because he's big and he's strong and he just dominates at the kill. So they go off feeding on their own, but he catches up with them. He's got a very uncanny ability to track them with his nose over a very long distance. He knows where they've gone to. He knows where they are. He will get up at one point and he'll walk and he'll go and find them. And it's amazing. I mean, he does have quite a major limp when he stands up, but once he gets moving, he walks that limp off quite quickly, shakes it off, and as soon as his belly tells him he's hungry enough, he can move. You just have to ask Paul the other day when we were waiting to open the show. He was sitting pretty much like this, middle of the day, hot, no expecting a lion to move. Vultures started circling behind us and started descending right behind us, probably about 100 meters. He got up, and Paul, who was the cameraman, had a bit of a fright as this male lion bolted probably 70 meters in a heartbeat on 3 legs. So they can move very quickly when they need to. Very, very quickly. And they can go from what we think is full sleep to full activity in no time at all. So it's very deceptive, a lion that's sleeping. Very, very deceptive. How quickly they can spring into action. It doesn't seem like it now, though, does it? Peggy, I mean, what is going to happen at some point is there are going to be other male lions that are going to be coming into this area. He hasn't been with his brothers, I can't recall the last time. So with the 2 of them, the 3 brothers together, they're quite a formidable unit. But if new males move into the area and they catch him alone, he could definitely be in trouble. But no other animal's really going to give him a hard time. Elephants will will chase him, but he'll just move off. It's very unlikely anything's going to actually give him a very hard time. They'll shout at him and maybe chase him a bit. Rhino, elephant, don't like lion, but he knows his place and he moves away from those big animals. But he knows he's also able to run a short distance to get away. But he doesn't pose any threat to the large animals, really. So they leave him alone. Unless there's calves, they might give him a bit of a hard time. But his biggest threat will be lions, male lions moving in to the area from the north, from the Kruger, from the Manileti. And that time is not far away. That time could happen pretty soon. And unfortunately, because he's on his own, he could find himself in some trouble. But he is a big lion. A month ago or so, he was caught by a male in, I think, in Elephant Plains or somewhere. And the video that I saw was of him just defending himself. Another male lion just didn't have it in him to really try hard enough. He's still a very formidable lion. He might have an injured leg, but I can tell you one thing. He is still very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Michelle, it's a bit of a genetic thing, the mane. How long it takes to grow, I think, is also quite individual. Young males that, say 4 or 5 young males leave a pride, they start developing the mane at about 3. Say they start getting into fights and start getting a little bit dominant earlier because of their number, they'll probably fill out a mane sooner than an individual male on his own. There's definitely some testosterone element to a mane. For example, the Nkuhuma young male who was with us for some time, he was chased away pretty much when these males came on the scene. He came and went, though, a few times, but he left and had a semi-developed mane, and then because he'd been beaten and chased around a lot, he hadn't really gotten into any sort of fighting sort of stance or anything like that. His mane actually diminished. When we saw him again, he actually lost a lot of his mane. So there's quite a lot to be said for the testosterone that's built up in them through fighting, through the competitive nature that is male lions. So some male lions will fill out quicker than others, depending on their aggressive stance, on their nature, on how often they fight. But generally from the age of 4 or 5, their mane is developing quite nicely. And from 5, 6, they've generally got a very, very thick, prominent mane. And that is also genetic from how dense it will be, if it's dark, if it's light, if it's blonde. But generally from that sort of age, it's very important for them to have one from a fighting point of view. First of all, the mane protects the neck and throat region and the head region against fighting. It's like a sort of padding around the throat. And it also is an intimidation aspect. So if, for example, 3 young males came through this area and they saw this guy, they wouldn't know he was injured or anything. They just saw that dark mane. They'd probably just leave. They go, oh, this guy's way too experienced for us, because they know the mane is also an element of dominance. It's an element of experience, of fighting prowess, of all that sort of thing. And they would immediately avoid a male like this, same as a male who's able to call the way he's calling. That sound travels very far, and if you're young males lurking in the area who haven't yet come to dominance, you're going to avoid him altogether, without even knowing that he's injured. That call is still very, very, very loud and very deep and very powerful. And when they see him, they'll see that dark mane. And he'll also stand in a certain way when he sees rivals. He won't give off any weakness. He'll show himself to be very big and strong. And that'll be more than enough to deter a lot of individuals. But If other males who come in who feel like they've got a chance and they want to have a go, that is when he's going to find himself having to compete and having a struggle. And when that time does come, that is often when older males like this can actually be killed. They know that their territory is up for grabs, or their life is on the line. The prides and the females that they're covering are dependent on his security, and so they often will lose their lives either immediately in a battle, or the injuries that they incur will often lead to injury later on. But that mane serves as a good purpose for protecting the neck and head region. Okay, well, we're going to stay with them. Hopefully he gets to call again. We'll send you down the road to Lauren.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm closing down.
Oh, I don't seem to have any comms. We just do a comms test, Gwen. Okay, I do now. We have a very unstable radio today. We actually just saw a civet. Can you believe it? A civet. I just mentioned a civet earlier, but unfortunately it was far too quick. The moment was over in seconds. But how cool is that? A civet. That's exactly the kind of nocturnal animal you want to find here. But of course, the grass has been so long, it's been such a challenge for us. But the civet was sitting perfectly on a fallen over log. We do have a resident civet that visits all our rooms at night time. He's very relaxed, and I wouldn't quite say completely habituated, but he's very used to being in camp. But sadly, this one was not. So that's exactly what I'm doing, searching for some nocturnal animals, looking for that eye shine. That's a tricky question, because insects are just like reptiles. They're ectothermic. So really, most of them are diurnal because they rely on being solar powered, shall we say. So once that sun starts to, well, my goodness, this road is atrocious. Once the sun starts to set, the insects will, of course, go and hide and settle and avoid any predators. However, you do get some nocturnal insects, and I think the best example out here are moths. Now, not all moths are nocturnal, but most of them are, generally speaking, and they're very, very active at night time. You will find antlions out here, one of my favorite insects, are very, very active. But generally speaking, across the board, insects are more diurnal. And then you get your termites, who you don't always see because, well, they're in their termite mounds, but they are active 24 hours. You just don't see them. So it's quite a mixture, but as I'm sure we all keep talking about, summer is definitely coming to an end, and that will mean the insect life is also coming to an end, which is rather sad. I have absolutely loved the insect life this year, spending time with all the different little critters, but that will change. Okay, so I'm going to keep trying to search for my nocturnal animals, and I believe Nikki is doing the same.
We've left those lions that we had earlier on. Now, as it was starting to get darker, they were moving through this really dense area down into this drainage system. So drainage system is basically just this area that looks like an old riverbed where the water drains down into the bigger, of course, Timavati River. And unfortunately, we couldn't follow them anymore. So we've left that area, and we are now making our way down towards the river to see if there's any signs of possibly leopard this evening. We are also looking out for some of the other nocturnal animals, or animals that come out mainly at night, which includes a caracal, which we saw earlier on, but it was such a brief glimpse of it that we couldn't really follow it. But hopefully, if there's another one that we could find along the way, maybe some black-backed jackal. Always keen on looking out for honey badgers and porcupines later on in the evening. but any animal that basically presents itself at night is what we're going to be looking out for. Also, I mean, one of my other favorite ones to look out for is definitely the white-tailed mongoose, which probably would be one of the biggest mongooses you find in this area. And even the stars this evening, absolutely beautiful. I just had a look at the Southern Cross. And also the Milky Way. It's such a beautiful, open, clear sky this evening. A lot of fresh smells in the air as well. You can smell and this particular open area we're going into, there's a lot of wildebeest, and you can actually smell that scent on the in this area. Oh. Spotted thickney that just flew out of the road. Now, as we mentioned from here, we're just heading down towards the river and see what we can find. Also, like myself and Paul said, we have this little challenge to try and see if we can find a chameleon on the trees as we go back as well. So that's one of our challenges. So with the biggest water body on Ngala is a waterhole on the far western side of the reserve. And with Ngala, it has such an interesting history. Now, the guy that donated World Wildlife was named Wim Hunt. And that waterhole is named after Alfred, or after Hunt's dad, Alfred.
We just witnessed a live hunt. I can't believe it. This frog, I think it could be a foal. I'm not actually sure what species it is. It's very tricky in the dark. Just went for this ant. And now I think the ant is stuck. I can't believe we just missed that by seconds. A frog has a very similar sort of feeding method to a chameleon, in that it just throws out its tongue, its very sticky tongue, extremely fast, and brings back whatever is inside. Oh, come on, frog. Yes, this ant's definitely stuck now. I think it could actually be injured. Now, this is in fact a nocturnal animal. Most frogs, at least camouflage frogs, are nocturnal. They sort of just blend in during the day. They're very camouflaged. They just save all their energy, seek some shade and rest. And it's really in the nighttime that they will become active. And this is because they are amphibians. So essentially they breathe through their skin. But they can only do this if their skin is moist. And normally at nighttime it's a lot cooler. That's when the humidity is higher and they're not going to sort of dry out or risk dehydration in that really hot sun. Okay, that ant is really not okay. And the frog no longer seems interested. And when we say nocturnal animals, we're not just talking about your mammalian predators. You get your amphibian predators. aerial predators. There's all sorts of different predators around, and we're looking at one right now. Oh, that was such a moment. I think the tongue did some damage to this ant. Hattie, frogs like this will eat insects is a perfect one. They're able to sort of really stretch out that tongue. It's a very sticky, powerful tongue, and collect insects. That will be a bulk of their diet. And then you get the much larger frogs, like your bullfrogs, that can actually go for much larger species of insects. Not just tiny little ants. We're talking about large grasshoppers or crickets, even beetles. This ant is just not okay. Are we able to zoom in any closer on the ant, Davy? There we go. Look at that, predator versus prey. And for some reason the frog is no longer interested. I don't think the ant's gonna make it, I'm afraid. Manga frogs have very specialized adhesive pads on their fingers, if you like. So if you ever see a frog sitting on glass, you can sort of get a really good visual of these pads, really bulbous tips to their finger, and they're extremely sticky. And this is what allows frogs to sort of grip onto a surface, be it smooth or rough, and that's why they're so, well, they're such great climbers. They can climb up trees, and your window, your wall, it's all down to these very specialized adhesive pads. I don't think this frog is going to go for it, and I don't think this ant is going to make it. A little bit of a sad sighting. Now, the world could survive without humans. If there was no humans, if we all disappeared tomorrow, the world would just go back to a wonderful natural place. But what it couldn't survive without are insects. We lose all insects tomorrow and the entire world would collapse. I hate it when you're driving along and you end up flying into insects, and I always feel a little bit guilty. Oh, what have we got on the right there, Davy? I have no idea what that is. Something very slithery and shiny. I thought it was a centipede for a moment, but it's not. The ant's trapped in the mucus. Can you see that? It's just glinting in the light at the back of the ant's abdomen. The frog has released mucus when it sort of darted out its tongue like that, and the ant's stuck. Completely stuck. You see that? This frog is either not hungry or it's got its patience pants on.
the one that we're looking at now. So just look at this elephant. You can see how it's just using its trunk to wrap around the grass and then using its front leg to kick it out of the ground and then put it into its mouth. What's quite amazing is like with this infrared, we are able to watch them at night without physically having to put a light on them. And it opens up a whole new world, because normally in the daytime we'll never be able to, at nighttime, other than an infrared, we won't be able to look at elephants because of the spotlight, and we don't really spotlight animals that we can find in the day, especially something like elephants, and also we don't want to affect their night vision. But having something like infrared allows us to be able to follow them. See how it's taking that grass, like just dusting the sand off and then putting it into its mouth. So currently around us, it's actually absolutely pitch dark and we can't see very well. And just to give you a bit of an idea, I'm going to ask Mpho if he can just switch on to the normal color, just to show you what we're actually looking at. And then we'll go back to our infrared. So that's what we're currently looking at, both myself and Mpho. That's what we're seeing. And then with the help of the camera, this is what we are able to see now. You can actually see on the right there's another elephant coming closer. Looks like a lot younger one. Go with the elephants, they basically sleep throughout the day and night during certain short periods whenever they do sleep. So it's not necessarily like at night or in the daytime. It's like they might be feeding now for the next 4 or 5 hours. And then for the 15 or 20 minutes, they'll go for this very short sleep. Elephants very rarely, unless it's recorded otherwise in other places, will sleep for more than 5 or 6 hours in a day. They sleep for very short periods, and if added up together, probably not even be close to 5 or 6. But always on the move, always feeding. Now, if this one on the right moves closer to us, we'll unfortunately have to move. Because as I said, firstly, we can't see. And secondly, if we have to switch on the vehicle and put a light on her, it might affect her night vision. And the last thing we want to do is influence their behavior. We just want to watch them feed off and carry on doing their natural behavior. So just looking at their movement and direction, I just want to move the vehicle just so we do not disturb them too much. So unfortunately, we'll have to move off. Because of where those elephants are, they're moving towards our direction. Now slowly moving away, but let's just creep past. We don't disturb them too much. There we go. So unfortunately, we'll have to leave them because they were making their way towards us, and it's actually quite a big herd. We've only been seeing the tail end of the herd. And they were slowly starting to surround us. So before we get up in the middle of an elephant herd, let's carry on with our drive and see what else we can find this evening. There's something in the road. It looked like it could have been a spotted thickney that just flew up. Now the weather today was absolutely amazing. It started off quite cold this morning and then heated up pretty well in the day, and then now this evening slowly cooling down, but it's not really that cold. It's nice or cold enough for you to put a jacket on. There's something just in front of us here. Looks like a couple of zebra that just crossed the road. But in the meantime, let's head across to Lauren. Apparently you found something.
Another nocturnal species. Wendy is on fire. It's a Faroese. Dobby and I were just discussing what species it is, and we couldn't determine. It's a Faroese eagle owl. I'm so tempted to try and get a little bit closer. What do you think, Dobby? I don't want it to fly away. Look at that. It's got a very, very mean-looking face, shall we say. But of course, that's anthropomorphizing. It's not actually mean. And you can see that it's got those black rims to the facial disc. Okay, let's try and get just marginally closer. I'm going to turn off my lights and hope that this does not fly away. I need to keep these lights on. Okay, what about going up here, Davy? Do you think we'll get a view? Okay, I have no idea if it's still there or not because it's pitch black, but let's try. Yes, we did it. Oh, stunning. I've actually not seen that many Faroese eagle owls out here. We see the spotted eagle owls a lot. They're very common. The Faroes are around, but they're just not as common as the spotted eagle owls. And of course, he happens to be facing the other way. Linda, yay! Owls are your favorite type of bird. They are amazing, aren't they? We've had such wonderful, wonderful sightings with Sebwig and Olivia in the past, who of course were both spotted eagle owls. They are so wonderful. And they can be classified as raptors because they do catch with their talons. They sort of seize with their talons, which is where the name raptor comes from, and then they proceed to eat with their beak, of course. So owls can be classified as raptors. I wish it was looking this way, though. And look at that eye shine, that's just incredible. And that's no lights whatsoever on the animal. Oh, what a lucky drive this has been. All the nocturnal animals are coming out. So we're going to continue bumble around Quarantine and see if we can find any more.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa Chitwa. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Chitwa's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Hello and welcome back to Djuma, everybody, with our very sleepy, dark male lion who, well, has given us a bit of a show this afternoon, more than I've seen him give in some time. And I think that's cost him a lot of energy. As you can see, I haven't even seen his ear flick in a while, or his tail. So I'm not sure if he's actually still breathing. Does it look like he's breathing, Morgan? What's the trick? You put a mirror in front of somebody's nose to see if it steams up. Go on, Morgan, let's take your camera lens and put it in front, and then the viewers can see real time if if it's steaming up or not. But it's... There we go. There's a little bit of movement on the stomach, everybody. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Very shallow breathing. There we go. Maybe he'll give us one more hurrah before the end of the evening. There are bugs flying at us like we are in the wildebeest migration. If you heard that noise, that was something quite heavy and hard that flew straight into the camera. Well, it is Thursday, the 1st of April, and tomorrow is a public holiday, everybody. I don't know if it is around the world, but most certainly in South Africa it is Good Friday, Easter, and the whole weekend we got Holy Saturday and Easter Sunday, and then what we call Family Day on Monday. So nice long weekend. Many South Africans are away and doing what they can this weekend. Many people around the world probably are as well. A good time to celebrate and to come together as family. Let's hope this male lion manages to find some of his family and gets to come together and have a little bit of a cuddle session, maybe share a meal. It's always a nice thing to do at family time. But it looks like he's going to just be lying here for the rest of the evening, or at some stage he's going to get up and try and track down the rest of the pride, because we really do hope that Darkman gets suspended with family and friends this weekend, like the rest of you probably are. And we do thank you all again for your questions and comments. Thanks for joining in on the show. Thanks for listening to the humour. Sometimes not so much humour, but it's always wonderful to have you with us on board. We look forward to hosting you again from all of our variety of locations tomorrow morning on Easter Friday. Have a blessed evening further. Have a good morning if it is morning. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a beautiful evening. Good night and goodbye.